Good evening, everyone. We'll start the meeting tonight, and I will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Sorry. Mayor Griffin,
Here.
Councilmember Dewey,
Here.
Councilmember Gibbons,
Here.
Councilmember Sears,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ward,
Here.
Councilmember Wirtz,
Here.
Councilmember Zimmer.
Here.
Thank you. Before we get started, I want to make a few comments about tonight. Like everyone to understand from the beginning, there's no vote taken tonight. Tonight is the public hearing. We'll have our first reading vote next Thursday night at our regular council meeting, September 2nd. And if it passes first reading, it would go to a second reading on September 16th. If it does not pass first reading next Tuesday, the proposal is dead. So that is the process. Again, no vote tonight. Tonight is the opportunity for the city council to get information on the proposal. You will not hear from any members of the council tonight, support, opposition, encouragement, or anything about it. This is our chance to get information. You'll hear those things when we vote at the next meeting. Tonight, what will happen is, first we'll have a presentation from staff on the proposal. And let me briefly explain the staff's role in this. I have had some people email asking, why is this our proposal or the city's proposal? This is not the city's proposal. An applicant made a proposal to the city, and legally, whatever the situation is, we have to address it. So staff's role is to start the process, go through the process, and then ultimately bring it through planning and zoning to the city council. So staff is not advocating for this at all. I'm just explaining that to people that, especially Jonathan, who will do the presentation, is doing what he's required to do. After that, we'll hear a presentation from the applicant. Then we will have questions from the city council. Then the No Harmony Homes organization has a presentation that members will make. And then after that, others will have the opportunity to make comments themselves. One thing I like to do and just think it's very important is to have productive, efficient, and effective public hearings. We want information. So I've done this a long time, and I just ask people, the longer these things go, the less effective they get. We have had many emails, and City Attorney Hester will note those into the record. They'll be part of the record. We ask people, whether it's applicants, those presenting or talking, please don't repeat. We understand the importance on this issue, but we just ask people not to repeat what others have said. Finally, and lastly, and I would say this, if we were in person, and those of you who've been to public hearings in person have heard me say this, public hearings are not pep rallies. If we were in person, you would hear there's no cheering, no booing, or anything. Even though we're on Zoom, the same rule of decorum will preside tonight. Everyone will be, and this is not a request from the city council or me as the mayor. Everyone will be civil, respectful, non-condescending, not personal, not disruptive, not derogatory. People disagree on issues. Some people oppose issues. Some people support them. Everyone has a right to be heard respectfully. So again, comments will be of a civil nature, and that is very, very important. That's how we do it in Kirkwood. We always have, and we always will. So with that, let's get into the public hearing. Mr. Hessel, do you wish to enter any exhibits into the record?
Mayor, I would offer as Exhibit 1, the affidavit of publication verifying that notice of this public hearing appeared in St. Louis County. And Exhibit 2 is an affidavit of publication verifying that notice of public hearing appeared in the Webster Kirkwood Times. Exhibit 3 is the viewer map showing the property that is the subject of the hearing this evening, as well as surrounding properties. Exhibit 4 is a list of property owners to whom notice of this hearing has been sent. Exhibit 5 is the report of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of July 21, 2021, in which the Planning and Zoning Commission, by a vote of 4 to 5, recommended denial of an application submitted by Harmony Homes for a special use permit for a nursing home and site plan review at 600 North Ballas Road. Exhibit 6 is the subcommittee report of the Planning and Zoning Commission dated July 21, 2021. Exhibit 7 is the Code of Ordinances of the City of Kirkwood. I would also note for the record that since July 21 of 2021, to present, the city clerk has received and forwarded to the mayor and city council 40 email communications in opposition to the proposal, including a 9-page memo from the law firm of Cleveland and Petruska with exhibits attached to that memo. I would also note that the city clerk's office has received and forwarded to the mayor and city council 3 email in support of the proposition, including 1 email from the applicant containing 39 letters in support, but I would note 9 of those letters were directed to the mayor and council concerning this proposal. The other 30 letters were dated in 2020, and they were directed to the state of Missouri regarding the certificate of need. And that's all the exhibits that I would offer this evening, Mayor.
Thank you, John. 2 quick things. I want to ask everyone on the Zoom panelists to please mute yourselves so that we don't have any background noise. And there was one other thing I just forgot to mention in my comments earlier. When we get to the council part, some council members may ask a lot of questions, some may ask none. Please don't let number of questions, type of questions, or anything. Don't try to figure out who's in favor, who's not. We all have different ways of obtaining information. So don't take it tonight as anything other than getting information. I just want that to be very clear. So let's move on. Mr. Hawes, who will present this to the City Council?
That'd be Planning and Development Services Director Jonathan Raish.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you bear with me, I'm going to pull up my presentation here. If you can, Mayor, if you can just let me know when you see it.
We can see it. Thanks, Jonathan.
All right. Oh,
It's gone away.
and now it just told me it went away. All right, let me try one more time. I apologize. No.
There we go.
All right, so you see the title slide, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And slide 2 now?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my screen's showing a little differently tonight. So, all right, so this is a public hearing for a request for special use permit for nursing home, as well as a site plan review for said development. The project is located at 600 North Ballas Road. The applicant is Harmony Homes. So you see here on the slide an aerial photo with the subject site in the center, circled in orange there, highlighted in orange. The subject site is approximately 7 acres. It's about 2,000 feet north of Doherty Ferry Road on the east side of Ballas Road. The property is zoned R1 single family residential. It's surrounded by primarily single family homes, as well as multifamily homes to the north that are located in a community unit plan in the city of Kirkwood. The site does meet the 3-acre minimum lot size requirement in the R1 district for a nursing home. Here are some photos. The top 2 photos are of the subject property. The upper left is looking into the site from Ballas Road. Upper right, looking south down Ballas, standing on the site. In the other 2 photos, again, looking in each direction, up and down Ballas Road. So as I mentioned, the request is for a special use permit. This is in the R1 district. I just wanted to note that the nursing home use has been listed as a special use available in the R1 district since at least 1967 in the city of Kirkwood. So this is not something new. I've had questions asked and it was not added in the recent code revisions. This has been an available special use for many decades. Additionally, the category as it applies to this specific proposal of nursing home was originally determined by myself as a planning and development services director, that the nursing home was the appropriate category. Throughout this process, the Planning and Zoning Commission prior to tonight, there were multiple questions raised about whether this categorization or use category was appropriate, and staff takes questions seriously. So we compiled additional information, did a research, reevaluated to make sure the original determination was accurate. Ultimately, I did come to the same conclusion. I did provide a memo in the packet to you all dated July 7th, 2021. Some of the information that was reviewed, in addition to the original information submitted by the applicant, was additional operational information provided from the applicant about what level of medical care and medical staff was going to be provided on site. We reviewed the city's definition of other senior care related uses. We reviewed the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services definitions and categories for certificate of needs. And we also reviewed the city's approval history for other nursing homes throughout the decades. So if there are any questions on the memo I provided, I just wanted to call attention to that. I'll be happy to answer any questions that there are. So this slide, it's not an exhaustive list, but it's a reminder for council with a special use permit that since this is an available special use in the R1 district, some of the questions you should be considering are there reasonable conditions that can be placed upon the use at this specific site that will ensure that it does not substantially increase traffic hazards or congestion, substantially increase fire hazards, adversely affect the character of the neighborhood, adversely affect the general welfare of the community, and overtax public utilities. In addition to these 5, our code has 12 other criteria. So again, I'm not going to give an exhaustive list or read them all, but in section 2520, those are the additional criteria laid out in the code for special use permit consideration. This application is also for site plan review. And so these are regularly considered in conjunction with each other, as we're doing in this case. But the site plan review process also includes multiple criteria that focus on objective criteria about meeting various site development standards like landscaping, buffering, parking, lighting, etc., stated in the code, in the zoning code, as well as 19 specific criteria listed in 2519. So you'll hear me reference and go through a lot of these objective criteria and how the plan, how staff has evaluated the proposal against those criteria here tonight. Some of the criteria you'll note, and I'll go into this in discussion of the Planning and Zoning Commission that occurred as well. Some of the criteria are more objective, some are more subjective. But I just remind the council that the ultimate decision, regardless of subjective or objective, should be based on fact and information presented to them. So this is a look at the current site plan as it's proposed tonight. Again, you see the approximately 7-acre site located on Ballas Road, the east side of Ballas Road. It includes 5 nursing home buildings that would include 16 beds per building for a total of 80 total beds. In all, the buildings, all 5 buildings represent an approximate 48,500 square feet of total floor area. The proposed lot coverage is approximately 14%, which is under the maximum 25% allowed in our code. Also, as a comparison, the floor area proposed, that 48,500 square feet, represents a floor area ratio of 0.16, which these types of developments are not, do not have a specific requirement. However, as a basis of comparison, in a single family development would be allowed to have a ratio of 0.25 floor area ratio. So again, for comparison, this is 0.16 floor area versus 0.25 that single family residential would be permitted to do under the code. Additionally, the setbacks are shown in the dashed line around the site, and they are, the structures all meet and exceed those minimum requirements, with 25 feet being on the north and south property lines or the side yard, 50 feet in the rear, and then the front is at average from the adjacent homes, and they well exceed that as well. There is one full access point proposed at the southwest corner of the property, which is near the existing gravel drive. There are 3 stormwater quality basins located, one near the entrance at the front near Ballas Road, one as you approach the first building around the first bend in the road, and then another as you get closer to the northern 2 buildings there. There are also, with the topography of the site, if you notice I'm sure as you've driven by, or if you notice from the site photo shown earlier, there is a substantial slope to the property, with Ballas Road being the low side, and as it gains in elevation as you go eastward. And so there are various retaining walls, the black lines, solid black lines that you see along the south drive here, and a terraced wall. So a double black line here means 2 retaining walls. There are retaining walls proposed around the building on the north side, and then basically to support these yards in the back. So because of the slope, they've used these series of walls to terrace the site to provide level platforms for each of the buildings. And some of this will make a little more sense when I show some other illustrations later. This is the tree preservation plan that was provided by the applicant. So the code actually does not require tree preservation, a certain amount of tree preservation, but they are proposing approximately 61% in the existing tree canopy to remain, with the majority of that being located around the existing creek that runs through the northwest corner of the site. There is also preservation proposed along the southern property line and east property line, and a little bit on the north as well, even outside of the creek area. The red circled area that you see there, wanted to call attention to that because in between the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and tonight's meeting, we've had additional question and concern from adjacent property owners. And staff has had discussions with both the city forester and the applicant in providing some clarification and confirmation that those trees, those few clumps of trees there would be able to be preserved with the retaining wall, the proximity of the retaining wall. So we've had those discussions based on the concerns, and we do expect the applicant to provide revised drawings before next week, just to, I think they're going to alter some of the grading around this detention area, just to be more cautious about those trees as much as possible, and provide some additional clarification on construction methods that would be taken with the retaining walls to ensure or as an effort to preserve those trees as shown on this plan. This slide is the proposed landscape plan. So you still see the existing preserved trees as the unlettered circles. But then every little circle with letters are all the new proposed trees. So there, as you all know, we have planting requirements within the parking fields. So you have, and I skipped over that in the site plan, I apologize. There are 40 proposed parking spaces at the end of the drive that are located in front of the buildings. And so those 40 parking spaces meet the ADA parking requirements, as well as the landscaping requirements at the end of all of those rows and within the development. In addition, the front, side, and rear yard planting requirements have been met and exceeded with a combination of existing and proposed trees. The applicant also applied additional buffer planting requirements from our code that actually don't apply in this instance as a requirement, but they exceeded the minimum requirements by doing that. We require a photometric lighting plan to be provided, which shows the locations of the lighting fixtures, the outdoor lighting fixtures proposed, as well as what lighting levels would be created by those fixtures. What's seen here is 7 pole-mounted fixtures along the drive, because we have a minimum requirement for commercial driveways to be lit, as well as pedestrian ways to be lit. So they have 7 pole-mounted fixtures along the parking area and entrance drive, as well as 10 wall-mounted fixtures with 2 on the back of each building, which would illuminate the rear yard of each of those facilities. Staff has reviewed it, and the proposed lighting plan does meet both the minimum standards for on-site lighting for safety, as well as the maximum trespass levels that would go on to any adjacent property. These are architectural exhibits that were provided by the applicant. Their architect, I believe, is on the meeting tonight, so I'm not going to go over too much detail, but did want to just draw attention to these as illustrating the building height requirements and how they meet those requirements. So what I'll call the front 2 buildings are both, because of that topography that I mentioned earlier in the retaining walls and the terracing of it, those units are on the bottom side elevation here. They're a kind of a walkout unit with a lower level proposed for storage. So when measuring from the proposed grade, the lowest proposed grade at that elevation to the top part of the roof, the structure, those walkout units, the 2 of the 5 buildings that are walkout do meet the maximum 35-foot height, structure height requirement by code. The other 3 units, obviously, they're no walkout, they're just 1 story, and they're approximately 25 feet in height as well, which complies with the maximum 35-foot height requirement. Other exhibits, perspective views of the proposed architecture. Again, these are provided for illustration purposes, and I'll remind the the council that these are still subject, will be subject to review by the Architectural Review Board for architectural design. Again, illustrations showing different views. Again, you see an example of the walkout, one of the 2 walkout versions there. And these were all illustrations that were also provided to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I wanted to make sure, while I'm not going to go into detail about them, I'll let the applicant do that if they choose to do so. But I wanted to make sure these were all in your packet, but again, just show different perspective views that were provided throughout this process. All right. So in addition to the plans provided, staff required that a traffic impact study be provided by the applicant by a third-party professional traffic engineering firm. This is our normal procedure for these items. And the procedure is, in this case, because Ballas Road is a St. Louis County road and the city of Des Peres is on the other side, city staff coordinated with St. Louis County and the city of Des Peres to hold what's called a scoping meeting with the third-party traffic engineering firm, and the 3 parties, city of Kirkwood, city of Des Peres, and St. Louis County, determined what the scope of the study needed to be and what information needed to be provided so that we could evaluate the impact that this development would specifically have on the roadway. So it's not a general corridor study for all of Ballas Road and safety, existing conditions. These are the purview of these as they relate to a proposed development is really about the impact that the development will have on the roadway. So some of the, to summarize some of the findings from that report, and again, they have their traffic engineer on, so I'll let him fill in more detail, but I just want to highlight a few findings were that the maximum peak hour trips found in the study that would be generated from this proposal would be 18 additional peak hour trips in the PM and 14 in the AM. I believe it was also 18. We had them look specifically during the school release hour because of the proximity to St. Gerard Magella. So that 18 additional peak hour trips would be the maximum expected based as a result of the study. There is a condition that was discussed at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'll mention later, that came from a recommendation from the study based on an assumption that was provided by the applicant that that residents would be prohibited from parking personal cars on the property. So that was built into the study and was assumed and noted as a condition going forward throughout this project. The traffic firm also, because we had this question asked, they did site evaluation. They did, I'm blanking on the term, I apologize. They went out and observed the counts that are existing on the site, and they did also review historic data so that they could adjust for the potential impact or reduction in traffic in COVID. And they did include an increased factor to assume a higher traffic volume than what they observed due to reductions noticed from COVID. Ultimately, the impact study concluded that the traffic generated by the proposal could be accommodated with minimal impact to operating conditions of the surrounding roadways. The study was reviewed by the city of Kirkwood, the city of Des Peres, and St. Louis County with no objections identified by either of those parties. A copy of the full study was provided in the packet to the council as well. So with all this information presented, the Planning and Zoning Commission did have a subcommittee. Ultimately, 2 of the 3 subcommittee members recommended approval, and I just want to call these out because, and I'll note later, the Planning and Zoning Commission, as it was said earlier, the whole commission voted 4 in favor and 5 opposed. So the ultimate recommendation was to approve was a failed motion. But the only report that was generated was the subcommittee report with 2 of the 3 subcommittee members recommending approval. Some of the conditions that their recommendation were based upon was that there be a maximum of 80 beds in the facility, that the proposed access drive shall install stop signs for outgoing traffic, which was a recommendation for the traffic impact study. A private sidewalk connecting the buildings, the on-site buildings to Ballas Road would be required according to their recommendation. And then they would need a revised lighting plan to make sure that that new walkway would be properly lit. And finally, that residents, as I mentioned, residents of the development shall not be permitted to park a personal vehicle on the site, again, per the traffic study assumption. So it's a summary of what was presented to the whole Planning and Zoning Commission. And throughout the subcommittee and the Planning and Zoning Commission as a whole, I just want to summarize a few things that were discussed and additional information that was presented. So there were questions about the amount of fire and EMS calls that would be made to a development of this type and size. So the staff spoke with the Kirkwood Fire Department to get comparable data from other nursing homes within the community. The data, again, we looked at both multiple years of data and assumed the highest of those years so that there wasn't, whether it was higher or lower in COVID for a particular development, we chose the highest of those. And what those averaged out was to between 6 and 11 calls per month to those other nursing homes throughout Kirkwood. It was discussed about the height and size of the proposed building compared to the maximum allowed, which I went over earlier, and also compared to surrounding buildings. The applicant did provide an exhibit that compared the comparable or the relative elevations of existing homes to the south of the development and the elevations with topography considered for the proposed buildings. Again, I do have that exhibit available if anybody has questions specifically about that. They talked about structure setbacks, landscape buffering, placement of the buildings within the site, talked about the context of the existing multifamily and the community unit plan to the north, as well as single family in the other directions. There was a lot of discussion about the public sidewalk and the safety of that, because there are currently not sidewalks on the eastern side of Ballas Road in this general area. However, ultimately, that is, again, because Ballas is a St. Louis County road, it is their determination whether or not a sidewalk would be required. There's a lot of discussion on internally between staff as well on this, and the applicant. Ultimately, St. Louis County did indicate that they would require a sidewalk. However, the timing of that construction is undetermined and would be determined by St. Louis County based upon the larger roadway project and other contexts that are going on the corridor. So in addition to the public sidewalk that will be required by St. Louis County and subject to their review and approval, there would be a crosswalk because there's no way to currently access that sidewalk since it would not connect on the north or south. A crosswalk would be required and subject to review and approval by St. Louis County as well. Again, because it's their roadway, city staff provided comment to St. Louis County, strongly encouraging them to consider FHWA's STEP program and measures high visibility safety enhancements from that program, such as high visibility striping, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and other treatments that would ensure that that crosswalk is made as safely as possible. Let's see. Ultimately, as I mentioned, while the subcommittee, 2 of the 3 subcommittee members recommended approval, many of the commissioners in their discussions agreed that the objective criteria were met, but ultimately a majority of the Planning and Zoning Commission felt while the objective criteria were met, they had concern over the size and placement of the buildings being on the most visually prominent part of the site, as well as the proximity of the building to adjacent homes, as well as the commercial operations, meaning deliveries and trash service that would be needed to accommodate such development. So as I mentioned, with those concerns, ultimately 5 of the 9 voted in opposition of recommending approval of this. And that brings us to the public hearing that we're having tonight. And as the mayor, you outlined it earlier, so I won't reiterate it, but after tonight, after everything's heard, then it will be back before the council for their consideration. With that, I'm available for questions, and I know the applicant has a presentation as well.
Thank you, Jonathan. Why don't we go ahead and we'll wait until the applicant has finished their presentation before we go to council questions. So if the applicant would come on and start their presentation, please. Looks like you're on, but just muted.
I think we're waiting for everybody to be promoted, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
Okay, Chris, I'll go ahead and get started.
Are the slides being shared? I'm sorry.
They are not being shared. We don't see the slides at this point.
George, are you there? George is joining. I think there's still some folks that are joining.
Chris, I'm on now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
We can see the screen. We can see it now.
Okay, very good. Good evening, Mayor Griffin and members of the City Council. Thank you for inviting us to present our proposed project at 600 North Dallas to you this evening. I am Bob DeClue, and I am joined by Chris Long, and we are the co-founders of Harmony Homes. Tonight, we'd like to share with you our overall vision for the project. This includes our site plans, architectural renderings, landscape design, and results of our comprehensive traffic study. Please note that these have been adapted in response to the feedback we've received from the community and in partnership with the City of Kirkwood. In the case of the traffic study, the City of De Pere and St. Louis County. We've been extremely communicative with the neighbors surrounding the project to understand their wants and needs. These outreach efforts have included a town hall meeting, multiple mailers, and a website with all the latest updates on the project. In addition, we have given all neighbors access to us as developers by publishing our direct contact information. The 600 North Dallas site has never been utilized to its potential, and many we have talked to have even labeled it as an eyesore in its current state. We are optimistic that following our presentation this evening, you will agree that our proposed residential senior living development at the site will bring value to the over 35,000 residents in Kirkwood and De Pere. Part of this value is roughly 75 full-time jobs and an estimated 150 temporary construction jobs. It will also make the City of Kirkwood a pioneer in the residential assisted living care model, providing better care for its aging citizens. To start, we'd like to share a little bit about ourselves. As a lifelong St. Louisan, I care a lot, not only about the development of the region, but the people who make up our communities. I've worked in real estate my entire career, and I've helped hundreds of families transition their loved ones out of their homes when they could no longer care for themselves. So I've been privy to a lot of the things that we're going to speak to tonight. My wife, Mary, has worked in social work and gerontology in a variety of clinical settings, including nursing home environments and hospitals in the BJC network. Mary and I are active in the Kirkwood community and educate our girls at Ursuline Academy. I'm pleased that Chris, Mary, myself, and our diverse team of experts has come together to develop Harmony Homes.
While I, like Bob, have experience in real estate, my motivation to bring Harmony Homes to Kirkwood is a deep personal experience through the decline and death of my mother that impacted my view on senior care and fueled my passion to provide better care to the senior community. We believe every senior deserves quality care and a chance to maintain dignity and well-being in their later years, and that Harmony Homes can make a difference in the lives of seniors and the Kirkwood community. Harmony Homes' uniqueness is that we are smaller by design, creating a family environment for our residents similar to the homes they raise their families.
Thanks, Chris. Our smaller residential model of care is a relatively new concept to St. Louis, but it's becoming the future of senior living because it offers more intimate, personalized care, improved infectious disease prevention, and enhanced quality of life for residents. COVID has really brought forward the fact that smaller residential care homes are better at combating communicable diseases. I would like to emphasize that Harmony Homes would be made up of 5 individual ranch-style homes that are designed to fit into the neighborhood at 600 North Dallas. We are not a large big box facility, which you typically see along the major thoroughfares of St. Louis. Moving on to slide 5, our care team brings a depth of knowledge and experience that will allow Harmony Homes to make a difference in the lives of seniors by giving them more personalized and frequent care, helping to keep them healthier, active, and happier while reducing the likelihood of hospitalizations and complications resulting from chronic industry problems. According to the American Senior Housing Association, as the baby boomer generation enters their later years, it is estimated there will be approximately 170% shortage of assisted living and memory care beds for our seniors over the next 25 years. Harmony Home wants to partner with Kirkwood on this, helping Kirkwood to be at the forefront of this innovative care model.
Slide 6, please. We feel strongly that we've been very open with our Kirkwood neighbors, actively engaging about what plans we can feasibly be implemented at this site and adjusting those plans based upon neighbor feedback. We are committed to not only bringing a beneficial project to Kirkwood and its residents, but also not contributed to, and in some cases, even helping to mitigate some of the issues neighbors are really concerned about. One of those is traffic, and I'd like to make 3 comments related to traffic. First, we're certainly not claiming we are fixing the volume of traffic on North Dallas. In fact, I would argue that the volume of traffic has been there for quite some time. but the professionally engineered traffic study shows the trips related to Harmony Homes will represent only about 2% of the traffic flow. We'll hear more about this study from our traffic engineer shortly. Secondly, there will only be a single access to the property, and that's from North Ballas Road. There's no other ways to access the property through neighboring subdivisions. Third, the fire marshal has reviewed our plans and approved the project. Another topic neighbors have expressed concern about is stormwater runoff. We agree. This is an issue on this site in its current undeveloped state. However, this is a problem we are solving with the guidance from MSD by 3 strategically placed stormwater management basins, which include rain garden techniques to provide water quality and volume reduction of stormwater. Again, you'll hear more about this from our engineers shortly. Also of note, we have multiple inquiries from Kirkwood residents who are interested in Harmony Homes for their parents and aging family members. Next slide, please. We feel we fit perfectly in Envision Kirkwood 2035 in 2 specific aspects. Goal 4, promote housing to accommodate residents of various ages, abilities, and socioeconomic needs. And Goal 4A, support the development of senior-oriented housing and accessible home design. Next slide, please. And we are compliant with the City of Kirkwood's General Code and Ordinances definition of nursing home. Next slide. We'll now turn this over to our team of experts, starting with Mr. John Dalton.
Thank you, Chris. Honorable Mayor Griffin, members of the City Council, my name is John Dalton, and I have the great privilege and honor of serving as counsel to Harmony Homes. I'm a partner with the law firm of Armstrong Teasdale, and we've represented the applicant for many years. I've been asked to speak to 2 subjects. One is the issue of certificate of need law in Missouri, and 2 is Kirkwood's land use regulation. I'll address both separately now. With respect to the certificate of need process, Harmony Homes submitted its application regarding this project to the Missouri Health Facilities Review Committee last fall. It was thoroughly reviewed by the CON program staff and considered by the committee in January of 2021. The MHFRC is a state agency appointed by the governor and the House and Senate leadership. It is charged with making 2 essential findings. First, that there is a need for this project at this specific site. And second, that the project is financially feasible as proposed. Following a full hearing and deliberation by the committee on the application, a decision was rendered that both requirements were satisfied. The committee gave particular weight and attention to the unique design and care model proposed by Harmony Homes, noting that this project afforded area seniors and their families a care option that was not generally available in the marketplace, namely assisted living in a small, residential, and home-like environment. That brings me to my second area of responsibility and comment, and that is the advice to Harmony Homes on Kirkwood's planning and zoning process and subdivision code. As you, Mayor, and members of the council know better than any, a nursing home, which this project constitutes, is a permitted use in the residential zoning district. Of course, when seeking a special permit or special use permit, the project requires your case-by-case analysis and compliance with certain criteria and standards. Those were presented to you by your planning director, Mr. Reich, very well, and you know them as well as anybody. In this instance, we believe that the project earns your support because it provides a unique senior care option, a unique senior care residential option that is not only consistent with your criteria and standards, but actually furthers as Mr. Long just mentioned, furthers Kirkwood's comprehensive plan as captured in Envision Kirkwood 2023. By bringing to your community an asset that affords area seniors an opportunity to enjoy a housing product that allows them to stay closer to home, families, support groups, church organizations, and other elements that they need when their health condition requires some assistance with activities of daily living. With your permission, Mayor, I will pause there, conclude my remarks, and ask George Stock to continue our presentation regarding compliance with your special use permit requirements.
Thank you, John. For the record, my name is George Stock. I'm with Stock and Associates Consulting Engineers. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It is my privilege as well to be part of the Harmony Homes team and have the opportunity to present to you this evening. Much of what I'll cover, Mr. Reich did an excellent job in presenting, so I will try to be brief. Our zoning request, as he mentioned, is for a special use permit. Property is zoned R1. There's certain performance categories that we need to meet and achieve in order to have standing with our application. Some of those specific standards are the requirement of 3 acres, minimum lot size 3 acres. We have a lot of 7.05 acres. Building lot coverage shall not exceed 30%. As Mr. Reich mentioned, we're at 14%. Floor area ratio shall not exceed 0.25. We're at 0.16. Once again, well below the performance criteria. There's also R1 setback requirements for structures. Front yard is 60 feet. We're proposing in excess of 290 feet. Side yards of 25 feet. We're in excess of 40 feet. Rear yards 50 feet, and we're in excess of 90 feet. This aerial gives you an overview of the surrounding properties. To the north is the Briar Hill Farm plat. It was approved in September 9th of 1975, and it's zoned R1, but it was approved as a community unit plan. It consists of 140 units or condominiums and 112 homes. To the east is the Cheswick Place subdivision. It was approved in 1992, zoned R1, and again, it's a CUP. To the south is the Hugh Vista subdivision, approved in June 12th of 1951, R1 single family. And then to the west is Ballas Road, and is also the municipal line between the city of Kirkwood and the city of De Pere. Tonight, what we are proposing is a unique residential community described previously as 5 clustered single-story homes, provide large buffer and preserved open space. The preserved open space will include the preservation and protection of natural resources, including a stormwater drainage tributary. We believe this unique community, through architectural design, site design, and landscape architecture, creates a compatible, sustainable, and a valuable asset benefiting the city of Kirkwood. This evening, through our team of professionals, we will demonstrate how this development as planned addresses the following items, and that this project will not substantially impact traffic hazards or congestions. Mr. Dustin Reichman, a professional traffic operations engineer and professional engineer with Lockmuller Group, prepared a traffic study dated 4/14/2021. He will present that. With regards to not adversely or creating a substantial increase in fire hazard, we have personally worked several occasions with the fire marshal regarding the access, the maneuverability of the vehicles, and the location of hydrants in order to adequately meet his requirements of the code. I'll have an exhibit that shows that momentarily. The third is we will not adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. Fourth is adversely affect the general welfare of the community. Much of that is going to be through the professional architect, landscape architecture, as well as the land planning that goes into this development. And again, matching it against the city's performance criteria for a special use permit in the R1. And then the final is to not overburden the public utilities, of which we have been coordinating with outside utilities as well as the city utility providers. A little bit about the site. It's been talked about its topography and its geometry. The site itself is 405 feet in width and north-south direction, and approximately 730 feet in depth. There's quite a bit of topographical relief through the site. As you look at this drawing, the east property line is at approximate elevation of 600 mean sea level. That's a red contour. And then as you continue west, the lowest point on the site is the southwest corner of the property. That's elevation 530. So there is 70 feet of relief to contend through the site. The little circles do represent the tree stand that exists on the property today. With regards to site drainage, obviously with the slope, it drains from east to west, and it's tributary to a 48 by 72 inch culvert, which crosses underneath Ballas Road and discharges on the west side. It's been reputed through testimony from property owners to the north that there are some pre-existing drainage concerns from this property draining onto the north. And I think as we move through this plan, we will demonstrate how we mitigate those. The property is served with an 8-inch sanitary sewer, which runs on the property from north to south, and like the box culvert, crosses underneath Ballas Road. We have received from the Metropolitan St. Louis Sewer District a conceptual review letter. It was dated March 2nd, 2021, part of the record. That particular letter had identified the performance criteria that we will need to meet, which is such things as Chris had mentioned, providing water quality, volume reduction, runoff of rain, channel protection, which prevents erosion in creeks, and then overall flood protection. Then there was some criteria with regards to analyzing the box culvert and the sanitary sewer, all of which is standard practice as we develop a site. Currently, the site has limited access, a small driveway in the southwest corner, and generally that particular driveway would be where we'll be placing our new driveway. Regarding natural resources, Mr. Rusty Saunders, a professional registered landscape architect, will speak in a moment with regards to those. The site plan, and again, Mr. Rice did a very nice job. Green are those green areas or non-disturb or buffer areas, both on the west and the east. We intend to access the site with a single point of entry, a 26-foot wide drive at the southwest corner, and it's aligned with the private drive across the street. As you'll notice, the drive meanders. Again, we have that 70 feet of topographical relief. So the road is meandering through the site and strategically located into the center part of the site. Along with that road alignment is also the street lights, which are strategically placed. There's two on the tangent part of the road along the south side, and then the lights which are in the center. And as Mr. Rice described, the lights meet the minimum requirements and are 100% within the code, both the street lights as well as the wall pack lights, which are one on each rear corner. These are represented as yellow dots. There's a total of 40 parking spaces, which meets the code of 0.5 spaces per bed. There are 10 ADA accessible spaces. There are areas, a turnout in between the buildings to be able to facilitate delivery vehicles as well as emergency vehicles. There's 5 buildings proposed with a maximum 80 beds. Buildings A and B on the north side, buildings C, D, and E on the south side. All buildings are 1 stories with the exception of the 2 most western, which have a walkout for storage in the lower level. So those are 2 stories on the west side, but from view of the street or view from the rear, they're 1-story houses. The total square footage of buildings A and E, which are the ones with the lower levels, 11,471 square feet. Buildings B, C, and D are 8,524 square feet. The allowable height is 35 feet. Buildings A and B are at 35 feet. And then buildings C, D, and E are 25 feet, so 10 feet below. All the buildings are located in excess of 40 feet from the north and south property lines, so the rear yards. And then we're in excess of 90 feet from the east property line. As I mentioned, we're more than 290 feet from Ballas Road. This is the exhibit that was utilized with Fire Marshal Dennis Fisher in order to demonstrate compliance and accessibility for the apparatus vehicle as it comes into the site and services the building. We also spoke with Deputy Chief Dr. David Smith, who indicated that his research on similar nursing home facilities within the city of Kirkwood, he estimated the numbers to be between 6 and 11 calls per month. And that pretty much aligns with the research that we had done with a similar EMS provider, West County, for similar facilities, which was 8 EMS per month. Our approach to the site has been one of strategically placing the buildings, working with the topography and minimizing the grading and disturbance and preservation of the natural resources as great as possible. So basically what this plan is just showing, Mayor and Council, is the cuts and fills. So red are cuts and greens are fill. And what you'll see, they're very nominal as far as the amount of change in the topography to facilitate the flat pads for the 5 homes. On this 7 acres, there's just a total of 10,000 cubic yards of dirt being moved. None of it's leaving the site, and none is being imported other than some special soils that will go into the bioretention basins. But generally, where there's not green and red, those areas are not disturbed. Those areas will remain as they are, no change in the topography. With regards to stormwater, it was mentioned a moment ago. We had heard it from one of the residents speaking about stormwater. One thing that will happen is if there is the offsite runoff, uncontrolled runoff from this site in the undeveloped condition, that will absolutely be mitigated. All stormwater will be routed through the 3 stormwater detention basins. So the 2 buildings to the north have a bioretention basin immediately to the west. The 3 buildings to the south have a bioretention basin. So all roof water, paved water, and even the undeveloped water will be routed to these basins. And these basins will attenuate flows from the 2-year 24-hour storm to a 100-year 24-hour storm. So anywhere from 1 inch of rain to 7.2 inches will be attenuated in these basins. The first 1 inch will be actually infiltrated and evaporated in the basins and not leave the site. The road itself, as it meanders down the hill, there is a 3rd basin, which is located just north of the drive and immediately to the east of North Ballas Road. That will pick up the road water and run it into the bio basins. And as you'll see in the landscape plan, those become an asset. They become a rain garden, a landscaped rain garden. So not are they only providing water quality and volume reduction, they are also attenuating for those large storms in order to actually reduce the post-developed runoff from the pre-developed runoff on the site. And what was mentioned relative to the site plan a little bit further, at the Planning Commission, there was a suggestion about a sidewalk being continued from the buildings following the drive down to Ballas Road. And certainly if the council supports that recommendation out of the Planning Commission, we would certainly include that as part of our plan. So as mentioned, Mr. Reich had mentioned that there was some discussion from the subcommittee relative to the sightline sections around the property, particularly from the residential home to the east and the 3 homes to the south. And so going clockwise, we have the home to the east, and then we have the 2 homes on the south. And so those sightline sections look like this. So the home to the east, which is located at 1819 Chestwich Place, basically that home is above our site. You see the property line where the tree is, and then as you look to the left, that's the Harmony home. Then as you come around the property along the south property line, what you see are the Harmony homes. And again, they're generally at the elevation that the property is at today. There's just a few feet of grade change within those buildings. What you see is I've been talking about a minimum of 40-foot setback from the buildings to the property lines. What you're seeing is 42, 45, 48. And then you are seeing the distance from the property line to the single family homes. And what you see is the topography where those homes sit a little bit lower. You'll have the natural vegetation, which is represented in the non-colored portion of the landscaping. The green or the proposed landscaping would be built on the Harmony Homes property. And then the balance is existing vegetation that's there today. So this is in context. This is the development at scale placed on the 7-acre site with what I had just described as the preserved 1/3 of the site in the kind of northwest corner. You see the multifamily development to the north. You see the single family residential to the east. You see the intended buffers and the setbacks from both the east, the south, and the north. And in context, you can see how these buildings, these homes transition from the multifamily as you move south down Ballas Road, in between the single family to the east, to the west, and to the south. So this is a view which Jonathan kindly showed. It's a view from Ballas Road, basically looking at the site, looking due east. And you see those articulated retaining walls along the south property line. So what's happening is the drive and the road is lower than the property line on the south. So there's no intrusion of headlights as it goes up the driveway or leaves the driveway. Between the retaining wall and the landscape that would be placed there, the headlights are contained. The 2 light poles that I mentioned along the south property line Their heads, LED heads, are focused down on the driveway to limit any creep of any lighting across the property line. This drawing was a drawing that was prepared prior to the Planning Commission meeting. The trail that you see shown there is no longer part of the project. We've removed it. And what has been recommended by the Planning Commission is to continue a sidewalk along the north curb line. Much of what you see here is the forested area that would remain with the underbrush cleared out. That is the, again, looking due east. So this is a bird's eye view, basically looking southeast. You're at the northwest, and the bottom of the page is that preserved area where there's natural resources. But you can see the homes, you see how the residential design, and Mr. Masson will speak to those in greater detail, but you'll see the character of the homes, the roof lines. You see the courtyards, the private courtyards at the rear of the building with the landscaping and the fence. You see the 40 cars shown on here. But again, size of the building, you see looking from this elevation, you see that 2-story on the 2 western buildings where you have the lower unit, but then the buildings as they continue to the east are all single story on grade around all 4 sides. There was mention, as Mr. Reich had spoke, he pointed to the heavy black lines on the site plan relative to the retaining walls. You can see how those retaining walls are nestled in there along that south property line. And again, keeping the road below grade, so no intrusion of headlights. You see the bioretention basin between the retaining wall and the building. That's one of the basins. The other basin, the triangular basin, which is to the north. And again, you have the terraced retaining walls. And again, the retaining walls are working with that topography to really minimize the amount of dirt we move and the preservation of the trees. So this does a really nice job. You see along the eastern property line, that large green area from the properties to the east. And then this is a view looking northeast, bird's eye view. So again, you're over the subdivision to the south. And what you're seeing is the rear of the buildings, the kind of the private open area, courtyards, green area, the fencing, the landscaping. And what you see is a very limited amount of windows from the residence units on the south side. Again, very little open window area towards the property owners to the south. And again, you can see that mature landscaping that exists around the perimeter of the property and what we're retaining on the site. At this time, that really concludes my component. I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Rusty Saunders at this point with Loomis and Associates.
Good evening. My name is Rusty Saunders. I'm a licensed landscape architect and principal of Loomis Associates, Landscape Architects and Land Planners. We're located at 750 Spirit Part 40 Drive in Chesterfield. And our role in this project was to review the trees, tree inventory, and evaluate the trees, prepare tree preservation plans, as well as develop plans for the new landscaping associated with the project. We inventoried and rated 339 individual trees on this 7-acre property. That includes walnuts, hickories, elms, hackberry, sycamore, and cottonwood. Most of the trees were in the 12 to 18-inch diameter range. There was also a grove of large mature trees that are on the western portion of the property. The existing tree canopy is approximately 3.65 acres of the 7-acre site. So working with the design team, our plan developed a preservation or demonstrates the preservation of about 60% of the tree canopy, or about 2.2 acres. Another way of analyzing this is that we intend to preserve 220 out of the 324 existing live trees that are on the property right now, which is 68% of those individual trees. Regarding tree preservation and tree planting ordinances, we, and I think Jonathan Raish pointed this out in the tree manual, we utilized some of the residential requirements, and those residential requirements require existing and proposed trees to provide 35% coverage of the property. As stated earlier, our tree canopy preservation is pretty large, and that would provide 30% of that 30 just by the trees that we're saving. By the time we put in the existing or the proposed trees that'll complement those existing trees, that'll be another 50%, which brings us up to 80% coverage according to the Kirkwood's tree manual methodology, which is over double what the requirement of the ordinance would be. Another measure that Kirkwood tree manual utilizes is for residential properties is a minimum of 1 tree for every 2,000 square feet of property. For the Harmony Homes property, that would equal 154 trees. Our plan demonstrates the intent to plant 152 new trees, as well as we get to account for the 220 preserved trees. And again, we come up with a factor of 2.5 times what the requirement for new trees would be. As stated earlier, the plantings that we're doing on the perimeter are going to be focused on the areas where the existing woodlands and perimeter woodlands have been are not providing a full level of buffering. And so we're going to be filling the gaps in the areas around the perimeter of the site. We utilize Kirkwood ordinances, and I believe Mr. Raish talked about this earlier. We utilize the type C buffer, which we thought was appropriate between this senior residential living use and the surrounding neighbors. So that's the planting level that exceeds what the city requirements are. We also are providing a 6-foot high site-proof fence around the rear courtyards of each of these buildings. And Mr. Stock also pointed out the 90-foot wide by the 400-foot of length of the area to the east, which is providing a significant buffer for the residents located to the east, and well as providing some open lawn areas for the use of the residents here at Harmony Homes. Regarding Mr. Raish's comment earlier about the retaining wall is at the south west corner of the site, we have reviewed that and we have a solution to that discussion that we were having, and it just basically involves some different type of design that will be utilized for that retaining wall to assure that those trees can be preserved. Aside from that, that is the extent of my presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. David Maston of St. Louis Design Alliance, who is the architect for the project. Thank you.
Okay, George, can you bring up, there we go, the slide. You've seen these. I think what we want to emphasize is that we've worked to make the houses conform to the city's design guidelines for residential projects, even though we're not technically a residential project. We've got, I think, units here that are very similar to what you would find in a lot of the new projects, the new houses, a lot of the infill houses that are going up in the city of Kirkwood. The type of materials that we have an articulated facade with the bay, and we have the real generous front porch that's there. Sorry, I'm zooming with talking with my hands, so I apologize for that. But that's what's important. We think about this, and then we go to the next slide, George. Yeah, give it a little bit better, a little bit different angle. See the materials. We have horizontal siding. We're suggesting some stone base. It comes around the house, and then we've got a nice, generous front porch with some kind of a metal roof there, so that the residents can come out. And it's deep enough so that they can be out there with a wheelchair, and it just needs a little more space. So there's a nice, deep, commodious front porch, and it looks like the front of the house. And the next slide, please. And this is just to kind of give you a sense of scale that we're proposing. It's a 1-story building for all practical purposes with a walkout on the 2 on the west side, but But in terms of the width of the house and the height of the house and the facade, in terms of the articulation with the windows and porch and whatnot, this is a house that's in the neighborhood, and there's a couple others that are similar to that. A lot of the houses that were built as one-story ranch houses are about the same size as what we're talking about. By the time you get a side entry garage, you have a house that's getting up 90 to 100 feet. And we think it's consistent with the character of the neighborhood. They're one story. They, again, fit the guidelines, we think. I'm sure the ARB will have opportunity to give us their feedback in detail, but that's the approach that we've taken. We think it satisfies that. And there's one more slide there. I think you got, George. That just gives you the plan, and that if it doesn't show up on the elevations, it gives you a sense of how the facade is articulated, see the bumps and the ins and outs, and that's what gives the building the interest that it needs and makes it feel like a house, makes it feel like someplace you'd want to walk into with your mom or your dad and be able to have a real commodious place for them. It's a 16-person residence is what it is. But as you experience this from the street, if we go back to slides again, George. I don't know if this goes backwards. Yeah, there we go. You really don't have a sense of this being an overbearing large facility. It really has, in our estimation, a very house-like bearing. And I think that's really what we wanted to try to make happen. I think we've got that accomplished, and we think it satisfies, it's very much in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. It's not the single family house on an acre, we understand that. But in terms of the buildings themselves, we think that that really is part of what goes on with the general design of the houses in the area. And then we can talk about traffic.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Dustin Riekman. I'm a professional traffic operations engineer. I work for a local firm called Lockmiller Group. And I'll be fairly brief because Mr. Raish and George have hit several of these highlights. My slides aren't nearly as beautiful as some of the preceding ones, but just kind of some of the findings of fact, just to reiterate a few pertinent things and introduce one or two items that I don't believe have been mentioned yet. As was noted, we work closely with the planning and engineering staffs, not only at the city of Kirkwood, but the city of Des Peres and St. Louis County Highway Department. And they were involved really in all aspects of the study. Those agencies dictated what the study was about, and they reviewed our process and our methodology several points along the way, ultimately agreeing with our findings, which is what I'm about to share with you. As was noted, we did have the timing of the study in early 2021. Fortunately, there were some historic counts from 2018 that St. Louis County had, so we were able to reference those and make some pretty conservative adjustments and ensure that any COVID effects were accounted for in our study. So we did look, and we haven't talked a lot beyond the site's immediate access. Our study did look at the signal at Ballas and Doherty Ferry, adjacent to the school. As anyone who drives through there is aware, there are individual approaches that are failing at different times of the peak times of the day. It really is mostly related to the school, arrival and dismissal, that school, as well as, the high school that's further removed. But, there's surges of traffic that come through there. And so, we talk in terms of levels of service. So we grade things A through F. So overall, the intersection is not as bad as it may seem from a grade standpoint. It's a D or E, but individual movements do fail. They are F, particularly that westbound, the east leg, the westbound movement trying to get to the interstate. That certainly has some problems, particularly in the afternoon at school dismissal. And I don't think this has been mentioned, but very relevant to this project is independent of this project. St. Louis County does have their own project, a resurfacing project that will be making some fairly substantial changes to these roadways. The most substantial is they are changing the geometry in front of the site. So basically North Ballas, effectively all the way from Doherty Ferry to Manchester, will have a center left turn lane. So if you drive there now and someone's waiting to turn left, that can create some delay, can create some hazards. that will effectively be removed with this project. So they will put a center turn lane there to accommodate left turns. That will include left turns into this project should it be constructed. As Jonathan mentioned, the levels of trip generation here are very modest. We're talking about 14 to 18 trips during a peak hour. And just kind of that terminology, that's the total vehicles in and out combined. And we're looking at 3 distinct peak hours. So we have the morning commuter peak. In our case, we have the school dismissal in the early afternoon, and then we have the traditional PM commuter peak, which is really the heaviest time of the day on these roadways. But that 14, 18, 18, that's the total in and out of cars, of all vehicles, I should say, coming in and out of this site during those 3 specific hours of the day. And we always, that's just the common practice as we look at those peak hours. The idea is if there's capacity to accommodate traffic during the heaviest times of the day, then off-peak times should not create any sort of issue in general. So that's the total traffic. It is less than 2% of what's on ballast today. Just to put that in context, when we count day to day on a given road, it can vary 8 to 10% just based on randomness, time of day or day of week and time of year. So that 2% is literally imperceptible. You would not be able to tell 2% or more or less on a given road during a given day or given hour. And if we take that a little further down and we look at specifically at the signal at Ballast and Doherty Ferry, you break that out into the individual movements that go to and from this site. You're looking at the very heaviest movement. It's adding 6 vehicles an hour. So again, context, that's 1 vehicle every 10 minutes. So if you can imagine standing there and with the amount of traffic that's there now and adding 1 vehicle every 10 minutes to one or two of the movements at that intersection, that's really what we're talking about as far as the traffic impact associated with this use. So with the county's improvements, that they are doing that center left turn lane. The other improvement that's relevant, not related to this project, but just to you all and the general operations in the area, they are adding a westbound left turn lane at the signal. So again, that's not a heavy movement, but if you've experienced it today, it only takes 1 car who's waiting and they want to turn left at the signal westbound. So they're heading west on Doherty Ferry, wanting to go south, and they block up traffic. So they are, through some restriping and a bit of widening, they are adding that to that signal. So we incorporated that into our study. But the bottom line, really, there's not a lot of traffic impact associated with this use. It's not a heavy generator by any means. And with what the county is already planning with the center left turn lane, if we were going to do anything to accommodate access in this location, it would be that. And that should be there in early 2022, at the last I heard, as I expect their project to proceed. I think George touched on this. There's definitely concern from all 3 agencies with our study. Let's make sure we're addressing pedestrian, cyclists, those multimodal activities in the corridor. Just in general with the school there, specific to this development, there's really very little of that activity that would be expected. As was previously noted, the residents aren't really expected to leave the site. They're not going to have their own vehicles. There could be some minor visitation or perhaps staff that could access on foot, but that would be very, very minor. So the county, just kind of as a larger scale, broader look at the corridor, does want, as development occurs, sidewalk to be installed. So again, Stock and Associates has looked at that and the feasibility. And so we would work out the timing with the county on exactly when would be the best time to install that sidewalk. It doesn't have a lot of bearing on this project. It would just, this project would, because there's any development, it would kind of trigger the need for what the county would like to see there longer term. So that's the high level overview of the traffic impact study. Of course, I'll answer questions as needed. So George, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dustin. Keith Kramer?
I might miss him, but I don't see him as promoted.
All right, then why don't we move on if he's not on?
Honorable Mayor, I think what we'd like to do is just conclude. Thank you. Apparently one of our members is having some technical difficulty and not able to join us, but I think what hopefully, as we get to the conclusion here, what we've been able to demonstrate are those will not substantially negatively impact those 5 bullet points. We tried to demonstrate that through this presentation with our professional traffic engineer, our professional civil engineer, our general counsel, our landscape architect, our architect, and as I mentioned, the traffic consultant. So I touched on those points, and hopefully we've satisfactorily demonstrated that. In conclusion, we believe we've met and exceeded all planning and zoning objective criteria. We believe this is a use as by special use within the Kirkwood's R1 zoning code. We're not asking for a zoning change. We're compliant with the definition, City of Kirkwood's definition for nursing home. We're certainly committed to adhering to the character of the neighborhood. And we believe that this project, as described, supports the Kirkwood's comprehensive plan. And we certainly thank you for your time, and we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. If I could have you give, there you go. You already did it. Thank you very much. So now we'll go to questions from council. And what I will do is just simply ask a council member in a particular order if he or she has any questions, and we'll go from there. Tonight, Councilmember Dewey, do you have anything tonight? Unmute yourself if you will. There you go.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. To Harmony, I have some monetary questions that perhaps can be answered and perhaps can't. First of all, what will the total charge be per person? If you don't have the exact numbers, close will do.
Bob, do you want to take that, or would you like me to? I'll go ahead and take that. When we look at pricing our bed rate, which is sort of the industry term, we looked at what the industry was within the St. Louis area. At the low end of beds, you have roughly $3,500 per month. At the top end, you have well over $12,500 per month. We're planning on bed rates that are going to be about in the middle of that range. We haven't set our exact bed rate because they're going to be set to market as we come to market, but the plan is to be right around in that middle range.
So 7,000, something around in there?
Yeah, 6,000 to 7,000 is roughly middle range. Yep.
Okay. And will there be a percentage of Medicaid beds of the projected 80?
Medicaid does not cover assisted living or memory care, so no.
Okay. And where there will be any beds or units designated for affordable housing?
You mean for lower income? At this point in time, we haven't slated any for lower income directly. That hasn't come up in discussions at this point in time.
Okay, do you anticipate that it will?
We're open to it, most definitely. Yeah.
Okay. Changing subjects, will the retention ponds be treated for mosquitoes and any other awful thing that might grow in there?
This is George Stock. I'll answer that question. The answer is yes. The detention basins or the bioretention basins are maintained weekly, as well as the grass that's being cut. And so any invasive weeds are removed from the basins, and it's all native plantings that are within there. And they don't hold water beyond 48 hours. So the idea behind the basins themselves are to attenuate that stormwater flow and allow it to infiltrate into the ground. There's 48 inches of permeable soil, which the plants are in. And then there's an underdrain system that also allows it, when the underground is surcharged or saturated, that it's able to go out through the pipe at a controlled rate. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have just one more subject, the meal delivery. I think there was stated that it would be delivered every 3 days.
We're anticipating, sorry, Chris, go ahead if you like.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Bob.
We are anticipating off-site commissary for the preparation of food, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, we want to keep our care staff on site, focused on care of our residents. So they'll be simply tasked with, reheating or finish heating the meal preparation, and also allows for an off-site chef that can cater to special dietary needs of our residents.
Okay. So if you're delivering 3 meals a day for 80 residents, after 3 days, you're going to be delivering 720 meals, if I did the math correct. Where will that all be stored for 3 days?
Yes, ma'am. We have on-site kitchen facilities specifically geared towards the storage and finish heating process of the meals for our residents.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewey. We'll go to Councilmember Gibbons. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. I know we talked about the crosswalk and the rapid flashing beacon, which is something that I think would be very, very important. Is that I know, and it sounded to me like St. Louis County would be making that decision, but is that something that we can press upon them, how important that is, or anything along those lines? That might be a Jonathan question.
I'll answer first. I guess if the applicant wants to add, they can. But yes, so we have already throughout, as Dustin mentioned, with Lockmuir, throughout the process, both Kirkwood and DePere highlighted and the county our focus on pedestrian safety in the area, and that we pushed and we will continue to push for those considerations as the project goes forward. It's really a timing issue that county wasn't willing to commit to at this point. So just so everyone's aware, the project could be built and they may not require the sidewalk to be built until maybe it connects to something to the north or to the south. So they would take money and hold it. So the fact there may not really actually be a crosswalk at this site, even if county doesn't require the sidewalk until a later point when it makes a connection somewhere else. So that's where it really is county's, it's in county's court, if you will, as to when, where, and how. But yes, we will continue to stress the city of Kirkwood's belief that it should follow all those enhanced safety measures.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to say I'm very impressed with the fact that you're going to have 80% tree canopy, and as many of my fellow council members and mayor know, that's something that I wish we could have all of our development in Kirkwood have. I noticed that you've got 6 members of your management team. Are those full-time people? There were some doctors and.
So no, what's listed is both our management team and our advisory board. So Mary DeClue, Dorian Morgan, myself, Bob are all full-time. Imran Hanafi, who happens to be my husband, is also a physician and will be advisory. Jason Dossman is also advisory, and the other physician is also advisory.
Okay, and then it said that, I read that there's a 1 to 8 ratio as far as number of employees to residents, and that there are 75 full-time people. So that didn't add up to me, And then there's, and are all these folks, these 1 to 8, are those 24/7? Will there be that many 24/7? Will there be 1 person for every 8 residents around the clock?
Yes, that is correct. And so the 75 full-time positions includes all shifts that are needed in order to accommodate the 24/7 care. It includes the activities director and the activities staff. It includes the chef. It includes the management and leadership. There's some partial physician, but it also includes the full-time nurse and CNAs and others that'll be there. The care ratio that you're speaking of, and that is the industry sort of term, the 8 to 1, 1 to 8, that comes down to the care staff that's on there and how many of them at any given time. So it's usually the CNAs that are there during the day and the evening 24/7. And that's sort of how we're pegging that. There's additional support staff that go into that, that do not count into that number, if you will.
Okay, thank you. The private walkway, I guess I'm a little confused. It may happen or it may not happen. And from what I read, it won't be ADA. So what would the purpose of that be? Just for, obviously your residents are, if it's not ADA, won't be able to use it. So is it just for visitors and employees, or?
I'll start with that because it was actually a recommendation out of the Planning and Zoning Subcommittee. So the intent, I believe, was that, and the reason it won't meet ADA, I guess I'll back up, is that because of the running slope of the street. So as you go parallel to the streets, that they are not able to change that, right? The sidewalk is going to have to run along the slope. So if you think about it, on a public roadway, we actually are allowed to follow the slope of the street and meet PROAG, but so the similar standard. So it's a little, but being on private property, it won't be considered an ADA accessible route. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission, yes, they intended that for to make sure that employees could walk if they wanted, if they were catching a bus somewhere down Ballas Road, and when the connection was ultimately made, it could be for employees or family members who lived in adjacent subdivisions walking through there. And again, that would all be, they understood it would be contingent really on the public sidewalk as well, but the subcommittee felt that they didn't want to not have the private connection, and that it would be worth it once the public connection was made.
I see. Okay. I also am interested in lighting. You said that it meets the standards. Is that standards for residential or for commercial?
So the standard is actually based upon the neighboring property, regardless of whether, well, so yeah, so it's based on in this case, the single family adjacent uses are a maximum of 0.1 foot candle that can go out onto those properties. So they meet that all the way around the property line. So it's a minimal, very minimal level of light that would trespass onto adjacent property.
And are the residents, are they dining together? It looked like it from the plans.
Yes, they are, most definitely. And that's on purpose. It's to create a community feel and to create a family environment, as opposed to what is typical in the senior care market, which is either efficiency or one-bedroom apartments, which can be isolating for the senior population. And so the idea around residential assisted living is that you're creating a family unit, a home, sort of a home environment. So you have meals around a community table, you have entertainment around in a living room, things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibbons. Councilmember Sears.
For the, thank you, Your Honor, for the retaining walls on the south side, has it been determined whether railings are needed? And I assume if they are needed, you would install them.
I'll start, I guess, if George or anyone else on the applicant team wants to clarify, but yeah, so they do indicate right now that safety railing would be provided and it would be required for fall protection by the code. And it was a question that residents brought up as well, because there wasn't detail on what that would look like. So residents had asked, and the applicant has provided, since the Planning Zoning Commission met, additional detail that would be a ornamental metal fence essentially along the top of the rail where the fall protection is required.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that, and that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward. Unmute yourself, please, Walt.
There we go. Couple of questions for the petitioner. Let's start with buffering. Could you give me the rationale for the imbalance in the tree buffering north and south and to the east? Was that due to topography, economics, just?
This is George Stock. This is George Stock. I think when I started the presentation, I think basically it's the geometry of the site. The site is only 450 feet in a north-south direction, and it's 730 feet in the east-west. So the buffering that you have on the east, a greater buffering on from the east property line going west, and why you have the greater buffering from the west. And then the other is, when you mentioned topography, some of it's natural resources, some of it is topography. The ordinances of the city of Kirkwood have what are called stream buffers, and I'm sure you're familiar with those, but basically they preclude us from working in the creek, not just the city of Kirkwood, but it's preserving that creek and preserving the trees that are up to it just for improved water quality, so that water runoff. So you end up with the preservation of the trees, a greater percentage of them within the northwest corner, and then again along the east property line. So the buffering along the north and the south property lines, I think what Mr. Saunders was indicating is that there is additional tree planting, more planting along those particular property lines to create a visual barrier, infilling the areas where there's a lack of trees. So it's really the geometry of the site as to why you end up with larger buffers on the west and the east versus north and south.
Okay. And in terms of the campus makeup and design, maybe if it gets a better understanding of what your business model has for the percentage of your residents that will be ambulatory versus those that are not. Could you characterize that for me?
Sure. So the average aged resident is going to be about 85 years old. To qualify for assisted living and memory care, they must be able to get to an exit essentially, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be that doesn't mean that they're always going to want or be able to walk long distances or things like that. So they are most definitely elderly. Average, like I said, is 85. They will not be driving. They're not allowed cars or anything on the site. And so we've tried to create outdoor spaces that allow for them. And you'll notice in the back of the courtyard area, a sort of not only fenced in area, which has a fence that you cannot see through, which helps with memory care patients from being able to, they won't wander past that essentially. Whereas if you have a fence that you can see through, they will wander past that. We also have screened in porches on the back of in the courtyard area, so folks can go out there and sit during nice weather and things like that, so they can enjoy the outdoors, but in a safe manner.
Okay. And in terms of volume of visitors, how is that controlled, if at all, other than maybe hours of visitation?
Yeah, so with COVID and things of that sort, visitation is of course going to be based upon CDC guidelines and other general health guidelines. In general, though, visitors will need to sort of call and schedule some time to stop by. Or if they do pop by, we'll have to make sure that availability and staff and everything is there. But if that makes sense.
Yeah. So then let's talk hypotheticals. Would a visitor's experience, if they were able to assist their loved one or their friend to off the campus there on a pedestrian basis, is that a plus or not?
So you're asking just want to make sure I'm clear. You're asking if a visitor comes and they want to help that person walk off site and go to another location, would that be a plus? Given that there's no sidewalks on our side of the of Ballas Road, or are you just talking on campus? I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm clear.
Well, both. It would be a matter of both.
Okay. Yeah. I highly recommend visitors and guests stopping by, walking with our residents and our family members on campus. And if it's safe for them to go to other parts, then do that. The steepness of the entry into the property is going to be a little bit difficult, but there are nearby parks and other areas where they could easily do a short drive to get to something that to get to even more outdoor space than what we offer.
Okay. Yeah, because it's, and I could be wrong, I could be in error here, but I believe that the STEPS program was adopted by St. Louis County. And I would think that they're mandated to implement that in the redesign of this corridor, which would mean they'd need ADA compliant sidewalks.
Jonathan, I don't know. Can you speak to that?
I don't know that there's been any official adoption of FHWA's STEP program by St. Louis County. They're finalizing their bike walk action plan that has a lot of those things in mind. But the FHWA STEP program is guidance. It's not anything that would mandate unless they adopted a separate ordinance saying we will do this every time. But I can't speak on all of county's adoptions or ordinances.
Okay, that would be it for me, Mayor.
All right, thanks, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Ward?
Yeah, just two things. One, and I think this was kind of touched on briefly, but all food would be prepared off-site. So do any of these buildings have a kitchen component or an ability to cook food component?
Yes, ma'am. All the homes have kitchens that are designed for the final heating of the prepared dishes as well as storage of such.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing was, I noticed there was no kind of area for unloading or loading docks area. And in the notes, it says delivery needs provided by small delivery truck. So are we talking really the only thing you would anticipate using would be something akin to a UPS or a FedEx truck and nothing larger?
That would be correct. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Chris, I wanted to just maybe the goal of this is that they are homes, and so access and delivery to them should be similar to a residential home. Additionally, when you walk in, you'll notice that there'll be a kitchen very similar to a residential home. There'll be a living room very similar to a residential home. The kitchen will have more storage and will have an extra refrigerator, freezer, and stuff like that, but it will be very, very similar.
Okay. So more of a smaller kitchen, less of kind of a I don't want to say school kitchen, but a larger facility. So,
Correct.
Okay. All right. And luckily everything else was asked, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman George. Councilmember Zimmer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My first question, and since I'm the last one to ask questions tonight, Jonathan, I'm looking at your memo from July 7th. And I note that the state of Missouri's definition for assisted living and our definition for the city of Kirkwood are two different processes, as you point out in your memo. But just so we're clear, is this facility going to be considered a nursing home that provides 24-hour care for residents that need full-time care? Is that the goal of this facility, to be strictly a nursing home?
Yes, so they've indicated through the operational staff information that they provided that there will always be medical care provided on site under the direction, registered licensed nursing care provided under direction of a physician in the facility. And you are correct that the reason it's not abnormal for a city's zoning regulations to define one aspect of senior care in a different way from the state's Department of Health and Senior Services, because we define and regulate these things for very different reasons. So just the fact that the city has called a nursing home in the past, St. Annis, that's the state calls an intermediate care facility, right? They use a different term for that. We still call it a nursing home. It's not abnormal. Some of them overlap. But yes, all the information that we reviewed indicates that this would be nursing care at the facility.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. The reason I asked this, especially for our citizens that are watching, because assisted living involves more independence for the residents. They may need limited assistance, but not full-time assistance. So I appreciate that clarification. My other questions have been answered. And Jonathan, this is a question for you, sir. This is a 7-acre site, but because of the topography of the site, they are kind of limited to being in that, that one corner of the lot. And it looks like, based on my estimates, it looks like that comprises maybe 3 to 4 acres. Is that an accurate description of how much they're actually using, where the buildings will be on this particular lot?
I haven't done that calculation, and so it just roughly looking at it, that could be approximately correct. But the reason I have not done it, I've been asked multiple times by residents the same question. There's multiple things to consider is when we talk about minimum lot area for projects, regardless of residential or commercial, if you're thinking about your own home, we don't say, well, you're going to build a house in the middle third, so we're just going to consider the middle third of your site and see how much you're covering, right? They are controlling, and the site plan controls the entire 7 acres. So, and other parts of our code, the community unit plan part specifically, actually encourage clustering when it's a matter of preserving natural resources. And I think they've identified the creek, the existing tree stand in the northwest corner. That's where the existing natural resources are. So I think those combined, our code has many references and regulations in it that would align with grouping the buildings where they are. And I'm sure the applicant can speak to it, but obviously they grouped the buildings in the area that was, I think Mr. Stock mentioned it, is that they grouped them and located them in a place that would require the least disturbance, right? So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
It does, yes, thank you. Sure. That's all I have then. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. But with that, we thank the Harmony Homes team for their presentation. And now if we can bring on, and we'll ask the Harmony Homes team to, I guess, be removed is the term. And now we can bring on the No to Harmony Homes organization for their presentation.
And Mayor, just one
Yeah.
moment. They have a presentation, so I'm going to
Yeah.
pull that up on the screen. So
Oh, that's
just
fine.
give me a
Yeah.
moment to find that and get that pulled up.
No, that's fine. In the meantime, I think I still see some Harmony Homes representatives on my screen at least, and they should all be off the screen, removed, whatever the correct Zoom term is.
The presentation is taking a moment to load.
No, that's fine. That's
There we go. Okay.
fine.
So each speaker that's on this list, I believe we have a slide for each one. And if each speaker will just let me know when we get to you, when to go to the next slide, that would help out a lot.
Very good. Looks like we have Bruce Dell starting.
I don't have an unmute. Can you?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Bruce Dell. I live at 520 Taylor Young Drive. Our home abuts the south property line of 600 North Ballas site. We're relatively new residents in Kirkwood, having completed our new home in 2018. I'm a retired architect with over 40 years of experience serving public school districts, private schools, community colleges, as well as public and private commercial projects. One of the prime reasons for building in Kirkwood was the local zoning control applicable to the city of Kirkwood. Having lived in unincorporated St. Louis County for 36 years, local zoning control is not readily provided by the St. Louis County Council. We're requesting the full city council reject the requested special use permit application of Harmony Homes' commercial use of this residential zone site. Based on the city of Kirkwood's 5 major criteria for review and consideration, it is our opinion that the proposed commercial operation providing continuing care nursing home be rejected. Negative impacts on traffic, fire and EMS service, general welfare, and related issues will be addressed by others. I want to focus on significant negative site development issues regarding the design character of this commercial operation within the current R1 zoning classification as follows. Although the exterior design utilizes residential building design elements, the development includes 5 large buildings between 8 and 11,000 gross square feet each. These are very large buildings, which are totally incompatible with the surrounding residential homes and neighborhoods. The developer's design team has revised their original 6 large buildings concept to 5 larger buildings. I'm confident this was done to further limit the site usage and coverage to the eastern 3.5 acre portion of the site in order to reduce the site development costs. The difficulties associated with the steeply sloping western half of the site make the site development cost prohibitive and incompatible with the need for single-story design and construction for a continuing care nursing home commercial operation. By doing so, they've created an even greater obtrusive design solution deeper into the residential neighborhoods. They have incorporated multiple tall retaining walls throughout the development, with the westernmost buildings incorporating a 2-story western elevation and a main floor line at 50 feet above Ballas Road. With the roof slope and 2-story elevation, this building will tower over Ballas Road elevation by 70 to 80 feet in height. While this design solution may look excellent relative to site coverage ratios, which they present as providing extra green space, in fact, the western half of the site is not economically viable for the required building design performance requirements. The commercially viable cost solution for using only half of the site creates an even greater negative character impact on the surrounding residential neighbors by this commercial development. There are retaining walls of varied heights from 1 to 10 foot and heights adjacent to the western building, creating a huge building mass that is anything but residential in scale. Since the project development is set back from Ballast Road so far, the resulting multiple buildings are seated deeper into the surrounding residential neighborhoods, along with the regular daily staff traffic, attendant commercial service vehicles, noise, along with the entry drive, parking lot, and exterior building security lighting into the heart of these surrounding neighborhoods. How this development has been considered under the nursing home use group classification clearly represents an incorrect use group definition proposed by the developer for this commercial multi-building continuing care facility that would be non-conforming and unable to be submitted under the current zoning code limitations and definitions. Finally, if this commercial operation fails, we are stuck with a major white elephant in the midst of our neighborhoods. The 1,000+ Kirkwood residents opposed to this commercial development collectively agree that this project fails on all 5 of the major criteria categories. We expect the City Council to represent the residents of Kirkwood and properly enforce the special review process, written criteria, including character assessment, and reject this project. This commercial project is totally incompatible with our adjoining neighborhoods, the character of the area, and certainly isn't harmonious with the surrounding residentially zoned area. We respectfully request you perform your obligation representing the residents of Kirkwood, not the developers, and reject this application. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. All right, looks like Chris, you're next.
Thank you. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All righty. Good evening, Mayor Griffin and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Chris Sire, and I've been a resident of Kirkwood at 1819 Cheswick for the past 19 years. My comments tonight are taken from my comments made at the Planning and Zoning meeting that was held on July 21st. I've revised them to address you accordingly. The Planning and Zoning Commission has reviewed this project for compliance to the zoning and subdivision codes. The commission determined that this request for a special use permit should not be granted after considering all facets of the code, both the objective considerations, as well as, more importantly, the subjective considerations of the code. It was demonstrated at the Planning and Zoning meeting that with sufficient engineering, most of the code's requirements can be met. Multiple revisions to this project have seen the number of buildings change from 6 to 5. The entrance drive has been expanded in width to accommodate emergency vehicles and fire trucks with sufficient room to turn around. Retention ponds have been added and moved as necessary. Walking paths come and go, sidewalks come and go. We can engineer a fix for most anything, but all the engineering in the world will not make this project compliant with a stubborn little section of the code. And that stubborn little section of the code is review criteria number 7 in Code 2520. And it's shown on the exhibit there. And I quote, "The proposed use will be harmonious with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use will not change the essential character of the same area." This project will be a commercial entity with commercial activities for commercial purposes. It will be complete with employee and delivery traffic, 22-foot high parking lot lights lit throughout the night, and emergency vehicle lights and sirens several times a week, all in a quiet, tranquil, residential surrounding. Can we pick and choose which of the code's sections we want to enforce and which ones we elect to ignore? Review criteria number 7 of the code ought to be the first and primary section of the code with which a project needs to comply. Then and only then should those other sections be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shire. And it looks like Steve Bergoni is next.
Here we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, Steve, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and
Hello,
Council.
Steve.
My name is Steve Gergoni, and I live at 1805 Cheswick Place. I've been here for the last 18 years. At the July 21st Kirkwood P&Z meeting, George Stock, the consulting engineer for the applicant, whom you heard earlier, discussed some of the engineering aspects of this development. Throughout his presentation, he made the following statements, and I quote, "We looked at all aspects of the character of the land and how to take a minimalistic approach," end quote. Another quote, "Maintain as much existing vegetation." A third quote, "When we approached this project, we wanted to preserve the large green area," unquote. He made similar comments along this same theme just a few moments ago. The applicant wants us to believe that this is an ideal plot of land and that they are taking great care in not disrupting the natural setting in order to preserve the harmony of the residential community. However, in reality, this could not be further from the truth. I would like to ask the applicant, and I believe this council should ask the applicant, why they have no plans to develop the western half of this land, approximately 3.5 acres. They are attempting to spin the answer as maintaining existing vegetation or taking a minimalistic approach. But the real answer is very obvious. The topography of those 3.5 acres deems this area undevelopable or too costly to develop. So in other words, the 3.5 acres are useless to this developer. This leads to the next question. If it's undevelopable land, why is it being used in making density determinations? And if the land is useless, it should not be included in their planning and zoning use case. Since the applicant is unable to use the undevelopable 3.5 acres, of course, their only option is to cram 5 new buildings totaling over 48,000 square feet into the remaining 3.5 acres to the east. The R1 zoning code allows a maximum of 25% of the lot to be covered by structures. Cramming these 5 buildings into this area actually results in a lot coverage of 28%, which is not in compliance. In addition, the floor area ratio zoning requirements allow for a ratio of 0.25. Yet this development is proposing a 0.32 floor area ratio. Once again, not in compliance. To further illustrate the ridiculously dense nature of this development, each of the 5 buildings, as we all know, will house 16 beds, totaling 80 beds, housed on only 3.5 acres of usable property. This translates to a very dense 23 beds per acre. For comparison, on a May 25th P&Z subcommittee Zoom call, the committee shared that the following beds per acre statistics are the following Kirkwood-based nursing homes. Manor Grove is 24 beds per acre. St. Agnes Home is only 6 beds per acre. Mary Culver Home is only 10 beds per acre. And these density numbers that I'm sharing, this does not even address lighting density and noise pollution resulting as a result of this, but you'll learn more about that later. But in summary, a realistic and common sense look at this proposed development illustrates the density of this development. Let the facts speak for themselves. This development does not meet the zoning requirements. To make matters worse, the density of this project destroys the integrity, the character, and the beauty of the existing R1 neighborhood. this project should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And we got John, and I apologize if I get your last name pronounced wrong, Schleifer. Please correct me if that's wrong.
And Mayor, if I may, John, I see you have multiple slides in this presentation. If you would let me know when to move to the next slide.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks. My name is John Schleifarth. I live at 785 North Ballast Road in De Pere, just a little ways up the street. I was born and raised in Kirkwood. Most of my family lives in Kirkwood. We have most of our friends in Kirkwood, and we shop in Kirkwood frequently. We have 4 children. We love our neighborhood, and I'm concerned with preserving its beauty, safety, and residential nature. I'm speaking specifically today in opposition to Harmony Homes because this commercial development would have a destructive impact on the urban forest of Kirkwood. One of the greatest attractions of Kirkwood is the fact that it has established neighborhoods with mature trees peppered throughout the city, creating an attractive forested environment. This environment is now in jeopardy for many neighborhoods surrounding this lot. As stated in Harmony Homes submission to the Planning and Zoning Commission in July 2021, please see my Exhibit 1. This project is going to devastate 600 North Ballast by removing close to 40% of the current tree canopy. The destruction of these trees will not only affect the wildlife of the neighborhood, it will also make the noise and light pollution that much worse. Harmony Homes states their $10 million construction project will only remove 39% of the tree canopy. I believe this number to be vastly understated. The amount of soil and earth that has to be moved to construct the 5 buildings totaling 50,315 square feet is equally massive. According to a Lockmuir Group study from 2015, please see my Exhibit 2. It's estimated that a minimum of 250 large construction trucks will be coming in and out of this property to construct those 5 buildings. And the odds are that's an underestimate given the size of the so-called homes. The soil compaction from this number of large trucks will no doubt have a future negative impact on the survivability of many more trees not captured in Harmony Homes' original report. Additionally, the loss of these trees goes directly against Kirkwood's tree preservation ordinance. The ordinance states, as shown in my Exhibit 3, please, healthy trees reduce air and noise pollution, provide energy, saving shade, and cooling, provide habitat for wildlife, and enhance aesthetics and property values. Often new construction, including additions, have a significant impact on the urban forest. The importance of urban forests is not only listed in the city ordinances, but it's also noted in the Envision Kirkwood 2035 report. Please see my Exhibit 4. There are a host of scientific studies and much research that point to the positive impact of a strong urban forest. A few of the noted benefits include the following: property value growth, stormwater reduction, air and water quality improvement, reduction of the urban heat island effect, improved energy efficiency, and noise reduction. With the mature trees being removed, it now heightens even more the negative impact in which the noise and lights will have on the neighborhood. This commercial project does not belong in this residential community. I implore the City Council to stand up, fight for its residents like me, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next is Mark Richmond.
Hi there. Thank you. I will call for my exhibits, Lori. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for letting me speak. My name is Mark Richmond, and I have lived at 2029 Rayner Road for 15 years. My property is in the Hugh Vista subdivision, adjacent to and just south of the 600 North Ballast property. I'm speaking today in opposition to the Harmony Homes proposal due to the adverse impact this commercial development will have on light pollution for my neighborhood. I moved my growing family into this neighborhood because it was a wooded residential and far from the light pollution of Manchester Road or downtown Kirkwood. I used to live in Rock Hill, about a quarter mile south of Manchester Road, and the glow in the sky every night was inescapable year-round. I have 4 sons, all of which are Boy Scouts, And we love the outdoors. We love camping. We like stargazing. We love the Missouri wildlife. Now, while we have become accustomed to the time of year that the playing fields at St. Gerard's are lit up to support the growth and development of our children, they do eventually turn off. Thankfully, we can escape to our backyard and look north to darker skies. And when the playing field is not in use or the lights finally turn off, we can watch meteor showers, listen to the wildlife, and enjoy one of the primary reasons we moved to Kirkwood. The developer's website, my exhibit 1, please, says, being residential homes, the lighting is planned to be residential-based lighting, low to the ground and in warm color temperatures. Our goal is that the lighting will fit into the lighting that the neighboring communities already have in place. First of all, these are not residential homes. They may look like residential homes from street level, but they are commercial buildings. Furthermore, if the goal is to fit into the lighting that the neighboring communities already have in place, I'd like to know where in my neighboring community I can find 40-car parking lot with 22-foot light poles that are on all night. I'll save us all the hassle of looking. There are none. My exhibit 2, please. If this commercial development introduces a parking lot and exterior lighting that are on all night, it will increase light pollution every evening for all adjacent residents, as illustrated in this image, impacting not just the night sky and our quality of life, but the wildlife in the urban forest around us too. For my family in particular, it will sandwich us between 2 major light sources for much of the year. There will be no more stargazing, no more meteor showers. Backyard camping will not feel like we are really outdoors, and we will not be able to listen to the sounds of Missouri wildlife because I don't think they will want to be there. Instead, we will be living next to a constant light source, which is exactly what we came here to escape. I would call that an adverse effect. I do not believe this commercial project belongs in my residential community, and I also ask the council to stand up and fight for its residents like me and my family and say no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Looks like Paul is next. Is Paul on? Do you know, Lori?
It looks like he's on, Paul, or you may need to unmute if you're trying to speak. It shows you still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, yeah. We can hear you, Paul.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted. My name is Paul Bronke, and I live at 1972 Reno Road for the last 9 years. I'm speaking today in opposition to the Harmony Homes proposal due to the negative impact this commercial development will have on noise pollution for the surrounding neighborhoods. The number of sirens that will be coming in and out of the property would undoubtedly increase noise pollution in this neighborhood. With 80 occupants at the average age of 85, it's inevitable that EMS calls will be frequent. Sirens will be blaring down ballasts into the drive of Harmony Homes. Unlike the Aberdeen Heights development, which replaced St. Joseph's Hospital, this neighborhood is unaccustomed to such high frequency of EMS vehicles. While this may not seem like a big deal to some, EMS sirens blare at a decimal level of 120 to 130, which is 10 to 20 decibels higher than a train horn. That's an important fact because Kirkwood recognizes the importance of peace and quiet and has made significant investments to limit train horns being blown at downtown Kirkwood railroad crossings. If it's important to Kirkwood to limit downtown noise pollution, it should also be important to limit noise pollution for residents in this residential area. Furthermore, this commercial establishment will consistently have large trucks pulling in and out on a daily basis. Food delivery trucks, trash trucks, supply trucks. These trucks bring additional noise and disruption to the neighbors, both on their way in and out, as well as when they are backing up. Imagine trash day every day, all day in your neighborhood. This commercial project does not belong in this residential community. I ask the city council to stand up for its residents, like me, and vote no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And looks like Meredith Chef is next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Meredith, we can.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor and council members for hearing us. My name is Meredith Sheth, and I live at 501 Taylor Young Drive in the Hugh Vista neighborhood. I'm speaking today in opposition to Harmony Homes and the negative impact this commercial development will have on tax revenue for the Kirkwood community. According to the City of Kirkwood Council draft operating budget for 2021, Exhibit 1 on the screen, while the city currently has multiple sources of revenue, tax revenue represents over 67% of the city's revenue. Sales and use tax revenues are 47% of such tax revenue. And currently, charges for services represent nearly 13% of total city revenue, due primarily to increases in ambulance fees, recreation fees, and growth in building permits. This highlights how critical sales tax revenue is to the city budget, as this equates to about 31% of the city's entire revenue. The 80 occupants at this facility would not be contributing to the sales tax revenue, as they would not be shopping in Kirkwood stores nor eating in Kirkwood restaurants. There has been no evidence by the owners that they plan to buy local. Chances are they will be shipping in food for the occupants from another municipality. They will, however, contribute to an increase in the demand for public services. In contrast, if the land were used for single-family homes, as it is zoned, the new residents would be contributing to sales tax revenue, as they would be shopping and eating locally. Although a new commercial building seems like it would bring in a lot of property tax revenue, that may not be the case. Large developments have a history of reassessing property value after their initial fair market valuation, thus reducing the amount of property taxes they actually pay. This means the property tax amount received by Kirkwood will likely be significantly lower than the amount initially projected and will reduce over time. In contrast, if the land were used for single-family homes, as it is zoned, the properties would almost invariably increase in value over time, thus increasing the property tax benefit to the Kirkwood community. This commercial project does not belong in this residential community. I implore the city council to stand up, fight for its residents like me and my family, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Dave Ackerman.
Dave, you may need to unmute.
Thank you. I'll start over. My name is David Ackerman, and I live at 698 Trailcrest Court in Kirkwood. I've lived here for roughly 18 months, and a major part of my decision in locating here was the beautiful ambiance of the rolling hills and beautiful foliage. I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposal for Harmony Homes, as this commercial development will have a negative impact on parking and pedestrian safety in the surrounding residential neighborhoods. We are convinced that the amount of parking for the facility will not be adequate, both during construction and afterward. During construction, there will be not enough room for the large number of workers that will be required, which means workers will end up parking in the adjacent residential neighborhoods for an extended period of time. That would be an unacceptable situation. Once constructed, the 40 parking spaces will simply not be enough to handle 15 to 18 on-site employees, shift changes, visitors, and deliveries. Again, when the parking lot is full, those people will end up parking in the adjacent residential neighborhoods, which will also increase foot traffic in an area that is already dangerous for pedestrians, with a blind corner, no crosswalk, and few, if any, sidewalks. Additionally, according to the plan, 10 of the 40 parking spaces will be ADA. If there are less than 10 employees and visitors that require ADA parking, not all the parking spaces can be utilized. Finally, I have a question. Have any of you ever seen a fire truck, garbage truck, or large EMS vehicle turn around gracefully? I haven't. As it's shown in Exhibit 1, the parking lot seems like it was designed to make it even harder for these public servants to do their jobs without delay or the risk of damage to the property of visitors, employees, or city vehicles. This commercial project clearly does not belong in this residential community. I implore the City Council to stand up, fight for its residents like me, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. We have Susan Gordon next.
Susan, if you will please let me know when to move to each exhibit. Thank you.
I will do that. Thank you. My name is Susan Gordon. You knew that. I live at 2012 Meadow Tree Lane. We and our friends call it our bird nest. I want to thank the mayor and members of the council for allowing us to meet with you this evening. About 18 months ago, we wanted to confirm our property lines. So I located our crate of valuable papers, which included the Briar Hill Farm Condominium Plat 2 surveys. Exhibit 1, please. Exhibit 1, please. Thank you. I was surprised to find a document I had never seen before. In fact, I didn't even know it existed. It was the document that was presented by our original developers to Planning and Zoning Commission. It was actually in October of 1976. That's the stamp on the side. I don't think you can read it from here. It was approved by Kirkwood Planning Commission and the city clerk and the city of Kirkwood. What really drew my attention on this map was a path behind my home. Exhibit 2, please. Blown up behind our home is a double line going from far to the right all the way to the farther left. This is described on the document. A 4-foot wide asphalt pathway, 4-inch rock base, 1.5-inch asphalt with seal coat of natural Missouri gravel on grades exceeding 15%, either steps or a meandering pattern shall be constructed. There is no paved pathway behind my home, but there are intermittent creek beds making a meandering pattern which roar during spring storms. Exhibit 3, please. It carries runoff water from the neighboring property, 600 North Ballas Road, down a drop of about 25 feet to our homes. Now, there are many ways for storm runoffs to flow downhill, but because this meandering paved route was shown on this map from 1976, apparently the flow of surface storm runoff was known by Planning and Commission at that time, yet no one followed up to confirm it was ever built. 45 years later, Briar Hill Farm is still taking runoff. Only now there is more stormwater than ever. Multiple runoff paths and saturated yards and foundations. Exhibit 4. There's our meandering path. To make matters worse, several years ago, the then owner of 600 North Ballas partially cleared his land of trees and bushes, decreasing the canopy at that time and further increasing the storm runoff to his north and down to our land. In addition, climate change is triggering stronger storms with larger and more intense rainfall. This corner of Kirkwood is part of the Grand Glaze Creek Merrimack River watershed, where rainfall and outflow records are collected and posted. Exhibit 5, please. This is a chart of not of rainfall, but of runoff that was measured after a rainfall. in this area, and it's an outflow record. Between April and August of this year, the discharge from the measuring points was anywhere from 10 to 2,000 cubic feet per second of water. At that rate, water changes from a welcome necessity to a destructive menace. This summer, our board summoned a structural engineer to assess the conditions of our foundations. Because runoff water reaches so many of our buildings, an initial suggestion was to recontour the land around our homes to create 4-foot wide moats directing water away from each building, pointing the flow to that meandering creek. The expense of building these moats would deplete our board's reserve funds, which we use to maintain our siding, pavement, and roofs, only to build a stormwater diversion system for water that is coming from adjacent property. This cannot be. Our homeowners live on our 18 idyllic acres and share the natural beauty of the wooded grounds, gorgeous wildlife, and morning songbirds. Many have made this place our home for 5, 20, and myself 35 years. We are dependent on the city of Kirkwood departments and commissions to do their jobs before any bulldozer or paved lots mark the commercialization of our neighborhood and risk the introduction of even more runoff. Who will ensure the new runoff will be addressed by this developer to meet Kirkwood and MSD standards? No one from the city checked to make sure it was properly constructed before in 1976. We have fear that may happen again. I ask you to stand and to vote against this development in our backyard.
Thank you, Susan. We have Gail, and I apologize. I don't want to butcher your last name, so I apologize. We have Gail next.
And Gail, just as the speakers before, if you will please let me know when to move to the next exhibit. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gail Rawmiller. I have lived at 2006 Meadow Tree Lane for 25 years. I am in opposition to Harmony Homes and the destructive impact this commercial development will have on our property due to the ineffectiveness of the stormwater capture rates. The developer has presented plans for retention pools to capture water coming from the new buildings, paved surfaces, other impervious surfaces, but those measures will not prove to be adequate and not address existing problems from the property. Exhibit 1, please. In the City of Kirkwood Green Infrastructure Techniques for Stormwater Management Guidance document, released in August of 2020, it reads as follows. The goal of these techniques is to reduce the volume of runoff generated by the first 1.14 inches of rain, the 90th percentile rainfall event as determined by St. Louis MSD, and stormwater runoff from the first 1.14 inches of rainfall must be captured on site and dissipated through the use of infiltration, evapotranspiration, or alternative use, irrigation. It cannot run off the site. The 1.14 inches is supposed to represent a heavy once in a year rainfall. Exhibit 2, please. However, in 2021, so far, we have already had 5 out of 6 months since the spring with a daily rainfall above the required capture value. The monthly rainfalls have been up to 2.26s in March. April was the only month that it was less than the 1.41. And in June, we had 3 rainfalls, as you can see in the table here, that were above the amount. And July was another month over 2 inches. And earlier in this month, we had 1.59 inches. We're having a lot of rain, and the pattern is rainfall regularly exceeds the required capture rate and at a frequency that exceeds the 90th percentile rainfall event. This means that any proposed treatment based on the 1.14 inches requirement is going to be inadequate, as the rain we actually receive will frequently exceed it. More rain plus insufficient capture equals more runoff. Doing the minimum here is not acceptable. Claims that the site cannot be developed for single family homes is not true. Exhibit 3, please. In the fall of 1999, a site plan for 4 to 5 homes on this property was created by Clayton Engineering Company. The homes were spread evenly across the property, and each of these houses was 1/3 the size of the proposed Harmony Homes buildings. The total impervious surface of those 5 homes was 61,000 square feet, or 1.4 acres, 20% of the 7-acre property, spread evenly across the property, which would help distribute capture requirements across the entire acreage. In contrast, the Harmony Homes plan would create 89,400 square feet of impervious surface, or over 2 acres, or 29% of the 7-acre property. But that impervious surface would be constrained to only half the entire site. This would only exacerbate runoff behavior when the developer's retention ponds are inevitably overwhelmed. I asked the City Council to stand up, fight for its residents, and prevent making existing water capture problems even worse than they are, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. We have Virginia Miller.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Virginia.
Okay, thank you. My name is Virginia Miller. I live at 2100 Rayner Road, Kirkwood. Mayor Griffin and council members, I appreciate the time you are giving me. I'm a 44-year resident of Kirkwood and Hugh Vista. To hear my valid concerns about this large commercial development that is proposed to be built in my residential neighborhood. The drainage and sewer systems in this area are an existing problem. Exhibit 1, please. Our overflows and others already directly impact Sugar Creek, a federal EPA identified endangered waterway and special flood hazard area. Changing weather patterns bring more severe storms with tree and property damage and larger rainfalls. My exhibit 2, please. We have seen that firsthand this year: rain, rain, and more rain. Following proper zoning codes as they were intended in R1 areas, by not overdeveloping the land and considering all topography issues, will both help lessen the impact of water runoff and help control flooding issues, and thus reduce sewage overflow pollution into our waterways. Exhibit 3, please. The county is full of stormwater problems that are the result of overdevelopment of previously undisturbed land. My exhibit 4, please. This shows a 3,600 square foot home placed over one of the Harmony Homes assisted living buildings. It's in red. This business will have a vastly larger impervious surface by comparison. More impervious surfaces means more water to manage. A large commercial development like this has a different level of impact on these infrastructure systems than building the originally considered homes on the 600 North Ballas lot. Kirkwood and MSD do not have the funding if capital improvement projects are needed to correct problems that are caused by or further exacerbated by this development. This commercial development project does not belong in the residential community. I ask each of you, City Council members, to stand up and fight for us, residents like me, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Now we have David Anderson.
Mute. Thank you. Hello, my name is David Anderson, and I live at 521 Taylor Young Drive. The April 14th, 2021 Lockmuller Group Traffic Study presented by Harmony Homes addresses the intersection of Doherty Ferry and North Ballas Road. Sadly, that report was wholly inadequate and failed to include several important pieces of data. For a more complete picture, you should also include the following traffic crashes statistics from the Missouri State Highway Patrol. Exhibit 1, please. There were over 250 crashes per year in 2018 and 2019 between Manchester Road and Doherty Ferry Road on North Ballas. This represents a high volume of crashes in a small area on this dangerous road. There were over 630 crashes per year in 2018 and 2019 between Manchester Road and Doherty Ferry on I-270, causing a multi-car backup on North Ballas Road. The Lockmuller study is also inadequate and it fails to cover several important topics, such as the same congested backup occurs when the Christmas shopping season begins in De Pere, and De Pere police direct West County Mall traffic onto North Ballas, south onto North Ballas Road. My exhibit 2, please. The average daily traffic on this section of North Ballas Road exceeds 12,000 vehicles per day. And that is 2020 COVID numbers. To put that in context, on a per traffic lane basis, this section of North Ballas carries more vehicles per day than the stretch of Manchester Road in the front of North Kirkwood Middle School. The city of Kirkwood and the St. Louis County utilize the Federal Highway Administration Program of Safe Transport for Every Pedestrian, STEP. No elements of this needed safety enhancement were mentioned in the Lockmuller Group study. No mention of speed study was reported. This road has a historically high excessive vehicle speed over the posted limit. After the planned maintenance overlay and a smoother road and an introduction of more of the center turn lane, the average per vehicle speed will undoubtedly increase. The section of North Ballas Road is relatively narrow and is meant to be for the residential traffic that it serves. Introducing more ambulances, delivery trucks, shift workers, and lots of visitor traffic will only lead to making this section of North Ballas Road less safe. The majority of this traffic will come from the north via the intersection of Manchester and North Ballas. Why? Because that's where the hospitals and the supply companies are located. There is no mention of Manchester and North Ballas in the Lockmuller Group study, which would appear, in retrospect, to be grossly, if not intentionally, a neglect omission. 600 North Ballas, not a safe location at for any large commercial facility or any facility that requires regular commercial vehicular support. This area is a residential area and the safety of the residents should be prioritized. This commercial project does not belong in this residential community. I implore the city council to stand up, fight for its residents like me, and say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now we have Barbara Thurman.
My name is Barb Thierman, and I live at 507 Taylor Young Drive in Kirkwood. Thank you, Mayor Griffin and council members, for your time and attention tonight to our concerns regarding this proposed commercial development in our neighborhood. 600 North Ballas is a low spot along North Ballas Road, downhill and just beyond a blind curve. There's limited visibility both north and south of this address. For example, the Kirkwood school buses have to wait and signal each other when it's safe to pull out onto North Ballas Road after picking up our kids. Vehicle speeds that are way above the posted 35-mile-per-hour speed limit make this practice necessary. In fact, St. Louis County has reported that the majority of crashes in this area have been rear-end collisions, per Joe Calusa at the St. Louis County Department of Transportation. I myself have almost been rear-ended countless times in the 28 years that I have lived off Rayner Road. While cars can easily see me and my right turn blinker as I approach Rayner Road going northbound on Ballas, their speeds are often toward 40+ miles per hour when they pass me as I turn. Those vehicles are headed right for 600 North Ballas Road, around a blind curve with a steep embankment of trees and vegetation blocking their view on the right. My exhibit 1, please. According to the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, with vehicles approaching you at 40 miles per hour, you need a visibility of 445 feet to safely pull out onto a roadway. This required distance only increases when you factor in the limited cone of vision, variable reaction times, and driver assumptions. It would become almost impossible for drivers exiting 600 North Ballas Road to be certain that oncoming northbound traffic would stop in time to avoid an accident. With any additional traffic in this location, the number of crashes cannot help but rise. The increase in pedestrians crossing North Ballas Road to get to this facility will also pose a safety risk. With only 40 parking spaces, the parking will be inadequate to accommodate the daily visitors, physicians, deliveries, garbage trucks, employees, and ambulances, leaving some of these vehicles no choice but to park on Pinecrest Court or Trailcrest. Those visitors will then need to cross this busy section of North Ballas Road to access a facility with no ADA compliant sidewalks, as is suggested by Paraquad and practiced by St. Louis County. Large groups of cyclists, 30+, also routinely come southbound on North Ballas Road, which has no dedicated bike lanes. What will they do when a fire engine or ambulance needs to use the oncoming traffic lanes to turn on to 600 North Ballas? The MoDOT standards for traffic studies and new development, including arterial roadways, applies to North Ballas Road and should be adhered to before considering this variance. Kirkwood's Envision 2035 plan, which the majority of this city council approved, includes the goal of becoming a more walkable and bikeable community. Is adding a 2-lane commercial driveway with additional commercial traffic in a residential area a wise step towards achieving your vision? For the safety of our citizens traveling on this dangerous high crash road, please turn down the proposed commercial use at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Now we have Sally Richmond.
Hi, my name is Sally Richmond and I live at 2029 Rayner Road. I've been here for 15 years and I'm speaking today against the Harmony Homes proposal because it will increase large truck and emergency vehicle traffic. As stated by the developer on their website and partially repeated in the Lockmullers Group's traffic study, my exhibit 1, please. Meals will be prepared off-site and delivered on a pre-arranged schedule along with other supplies, similar to how neighbors get grocery store, Instacart, and Amazon deliveries today. We will not be receiving deliveries every day. All food would be prepared off-site and delivered to the site approximately twice per week. Other deliveries needs would be provided via a small delivery truck approximately twice per month. These statements indicate that these pre-prepared meals for 80 occupants and 15 to 18 staff would be delivered twice a week in small delivery trucks. At 3 meals a day, that's 1,680 meals a week just for those occupants. What kind of pre-prepared meals are these? And when those quote unquote small trucks deliver these pre-prepared meals, what are they going to put them? My exhibit 2, please. I don't see any walk-in coolers in the plans. I see a small kitchen and a pantry in each building, but there's no way that will provide enough room to store 2 weeks of food, over 3,300 meals until the next delivery. For the record, I'm a mother of 4 boys and I prepare a lot of meals, but nowhere near as many as 1,680 a week. We have 2 refrigerators in our house and 2 large freezers and lots of pantry space. But I have to replenish our supplies for our family of 6 every other week. I've also worked in the restaurant industry for over 30 years, and the safe storage for prepared foods at a commercial scale like this will take a lot of refrigerator space. Then there's the question of trash, of which there will be a lot of, because thousands of prepared meals generate a lot of packaging waste. My exhibit 3, please. Just like the commercially zoned districts in downtown Kirkwood, as shown in this picture from downtown Kirkwood, a space for dumpster is shown in the design, but small trucks do not pick up large dumpsters. Assuming this commercial business is on a more frequent commercial pickup schedule than the residential areas that surround it, that will amount to more large trucks making trips to this facility. And how will all this additional truck traffic impact pedestrian safety? I'm a runner and a daily dog walker. So are 2 of my 4 kids. It's already dangerous enough for us to cross Ballas at Rainer to get to the only sidewalk in the area. How will this additional truck traffic make that any safer? I thought Kirkwood was committed to safer streets, especially for pedestrians and bicyclists. It's clear to me, I hope it's clear to you, these commercial buildings don't belong in this residential community. Please say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. We have Sheriff Sant next.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can, Sharon.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Quissant. I reside at 1940 Meadow Tree, directly next to the property being proposed by Harmony Homes. I will call for the exhibit, please. No, not yet. I will call for it. Thank you. I am a senior citizen, a little younger than the 85 years, which is the average age of the average assisted living client. Along with my sons, I've given great thought to how I hope to live my life in the future. At present, I plan to stay in my cozy Briar Hill condo. I have absolutely no desire to ever live in a community like Harmony Homes. My sons both live out of town. If and when I were to need an advocate, I would probably go to the town where one of them lives. I would then seek out a facility that would meet assisted living needs and would have nursing facilities and memory care at the same site, should that time come. I would make one decision. My children wouldn't have to worry about what's next for mom. Chris Long, who has no experience in the administration of an assisted living facility, spoke at the Planning and Zoning meeting on July 21st. I was hoping that he would express some of the features that Harmony Home would offer. Many of my questions were left unanswered. No mention was made as to who would cook for the occupants. No details were given about food quality. Will it be pre-cooked or fresh? What about transportation to medical facilities? What socialization opportunities would be available? What are the costs? Many other questions arose in my mind, too many to share in the brief time that I have to speak to you tonight. Later, I reviewed the floor plan of the homes on the Harmony Homes website. My exhibit 1 now, please. Do you realize that the individual room sizes vary from 225 square feet to 300 square feet, with most of them being 278 square feet? And that includes a bathroom. For reference, a one-car garage is 240 square feet. A two-car garage is 360 square feet. Would your loved ones be happy in that small space? Would your loved ones be happy with that living situation? Or would it simply be a place to put your loved ones? Then I wondered what would happen to the facility should Harmony Homes develop this property, but then not succeed as a business. I thought the easiest option would be to convert these commercial buildings into a storage facility, since to me, the present plan seemed to be a storage facility for our seniors. We deserve better. Please say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And now we go to Jeff Tierman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sure can, Jeff.
Mayor Griffin, members of the City Council, my name is Jeff Thurman. I live at 507 Taylor Young Drive in Kirkwood. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening about this Harmony Homes proposal. I'm here tonight to ask the City Council a question. Are you willing to grant a nursing home a special use permit to an unproven entity that has no prior senior care experience? Harmony Homes is a newly founded enterprise with no senior living experience and no other facilities to prove their business model. All new business ventures face risks of failure. The likelihood of failure increases dramatically when you have no prior experience in that chosen industry. Mr. Long and Mr. DeClue have no prior experience in opening, operating, managing, or marketing a senior care facility. Why risk disturbing an established neighborhood with an experimental commercial concept for an unproven operator, especially when there are plenty of other locations better suited for a commercial experiment of this nature? Since these developers have no public record in senior living business, we have to look at their other ventures. Radius Realty, a Mr. Lawn property management business, currently has 5 Better Business Bureau reviews dating back to 2018. My exhibit 1, please. All of these reviews are 1 star, as well as 8 complaints. These ratings were left by residents who were not suffering from dementia and thus not solely reliant on his business for their daily needs. What happens if the occupants at Harmony Homes aren't able to lodge similar complaints or report issues? If this established trend continues at Harmony Homes, will a 1-star rated assisted living facility truly be a viable business? Are you, City Council, willing to endorse that risk? A business likelihood of failure also increases when it focuses on its bottom line and not on the primary product or service. This development is focused on real estate development and investment, not a high-quality senior living experience. In fact, my exhibit 2, please. Members of this enterprise have published articles endorsing real estate investment in a boutique senior living as a way to promote or as a way to profit from our aging population. If the bottom line is their primary mission, how can we rely on them to make the necessary investments to safeguard the occupants, the staff, and their neighbors? My exhibit 3, please. This business will face fierce competition in our area. Other facilities in the area support only being 64% capacity. My exhibit 4, please. The median average assisted living stay nationally is only 22 months. This means that this business will have to recruit an average of 4 new occupants every single month to maintain capacity, not to mention the initial 50 they will need to recruit to match a capacity on par with proven facilities. Furthermore, If the other proven facilities in the area are only 64% capacity, can we really expect a new, unproven business to meet that meager average anytime soon? I ask you to look at other facilities in the area and compare their options, amenities, services, and reputation to the plan for this facility. What facility would you choose for yourself or a loved one? The one that brings all meals in and reheats them? The one that does not provide any group excursions into the community? The one that's built on a steep site that cannot be walked or strolled? The one that does not provide any level or array of skilled care options, forcing you or your loved one to eventually move to skilled nursing care anyway? The one run by a real estate development group that publishes articles on how to profit from an aging US population? The one that has a 1-star Better Business Bureau rating, or that does not accept Medicare or Medicaid? The sad truth is that this proposed special use would require the Kirkwood community to take a huge risk. A real and potential disastrous outcome might be that we're left with a failed business and 5 large buildings with very limited alternative uses in the middle of the existing residential neighborhood. To be clear, I support Kirkwood's efforts to offer high-quality senior living, not just on the site at 600 North Ballast, and not with this development. Please do not risk the character, environment, nature, or experience of our neighborhood and our community on this risky venture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Mark Stitzline is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can, Mark.
Hello, my name is Mark Stitzline, and I've lived at 1981 Rayner Road for 14 years. I'm speaking tonight because I'm opposed to the proposed special use at 600 North Ballast, directly behind my home. Let us not be misled. Quite simply, this development is not a nursing home as defined by Kirkwood Code. My Exhibit 1, please. Kirkwood's Code defines a nursing home as a private home, institution, building, or residence that provides skilled nursing care from a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse under the direction of a licensed physician for 3 or more individuals not related to the operator. A nursing home may accommodate convalescent or other persons who are not acutely ill and not in need of hospital care. I would like to highlight 2 of the major parameters within this very specific definition. The first being a home, institution, building, or residence. All of these references are singular, not plural. Harmony Homes is proposing a 5-building complex. For those who think I'm being too literal, I assert this was a very intentional act by those who formulated the code. The second parameter within the Kirkwood nursing home definition is that the applicant must provide skilled nursing care from a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse under the direction of a licensed physician. My Exhibit 2, please. Harmony Homes' own website states, "We are not a skilled nursing home, which is one of the highest levels of care outside of a hospital setting. Residents of these facilities typically require 24/7 care of a skilled nurse." The Harmony Homes plan is to provide boutique assisted living to seniors, not skilled nursing care. Once a resident needs skilled nursing care, they will not be able to reside at this facility and they will be moved to an actual nursing home. How can this proposal qualify under special use as a nursing home when it does not comply with any part of the Kirkwood Code definition? By comparison, there are other special use definitions in Kirkwood's Code, such as a continuing care retirement facility. Exhibit 3, please. Which is defined as a building or complex of buildings that provides elderly housing, catered living, and/or assisted living dwelling units with skilled and intermediate care nursing units and accessory services for residents of the facility. Notice how this definition references a complex of buildings that provides elderly housing, catered living, and/or assisted living. The Harmony Homes proposal does fit within the scope of this definition in that it is a large 5-building complex and provides elderly housing and assisted living. This special use, however, requires a site that is a minimum of 10 acres, while the 600 North Ballas site is only around 7. Those who devised the code knew an assisted living facility with multiple large buildings, the scale of Harmony Homes, would generate a lot more activity, noise, light, and traffic, and needed to be on a larger site to protect surrounding residential neighborhoods. Granting this nursing home special use to an assisted living facility would make all of the carefully crafted definitions in the Kirkwood Code absolutely meaningless. The Harmony Homes proposal is clearly not a nursing home per Kirkwood's code, and setting a precedent of granting special use via mischaracterization in the face of vast resident opposition is extremely destructive to the Kirkwood community as a whole. The Planning and Zoning Committee determined that this commercial proposal was not a good fit for the site at 600 North Ballas, and it did not satisfy all of the residential special code requirements. I call on you to do the same and represent the interests of our community and my neighborhood. Deny this misguided special use request at 600 North Ballas. Thank you very much for the opportunity to express my concerns.
Thank you, Mark. We'll go to Jen Alexander Brett.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right, thank you. My name is Jen Alexander Brett, and I live at 2112 Pinecrest Manor Lane. I want to thank the mayor and the council for this opportunity to share my perspective and for hanging in there with us, for all these speakers. As a physician, I am deeply concerned regarding the lack of experience of the Harmony Homes developer and inadequate plans for delivery of care. This commercial facility is described per the website as an assisted living with memory care nursing home. Well, as many have already asked, which is it? After nearly a year, we still do not have clarity on exactly what level of care Harmony Homes intends to provide or ultimately will provide for its residents, and who will be the physicians directing nursing care at this facility. The continued lack of planning at this late stage should concern everyone advocating for seniors in our community. On review of the medical literature regarding best practices for quality improvement in nursing home care, I noted focus areas included increased oversight and reporting, increased staffing, and shifting ownership away from for-profit models. Unfortunately, most facilities in the nursing home industry operate on a for-profit business model, which limits transparency into operations, finances, and patient outcomes, as would also be the case for Harmony Homes, a for-profit, private pay, no Medicare, Medicaid facility. To go a step further, nursing home research experts argue the private equity investment model for nursing homes should end altogether in the best interest of our seniors. And if there is any question as to the basis for the Harmony Homes development, I will point the council back to that same Forbes article mentioned before, written by Chris Long, touting senior care as a promising avenue for investment. On that note, this developer's expertise is in real estate, not in senior care, as others have noted. In fact, per the Harmony Home website, none of the members of management or the advisory team have any specific expertise, apparent training, or credentials in nursing home care or administration. That should matter. Unanticipated factors will arise in senior care, and a group without experience will falter in the face of these changes. An example I'll provide is the recent FDA approval of Aduhelm. This is the first biologic therapy to demonstrate efficacy in the treatment of Alzheimer's dementia. Mr. Long's target population will be eligible for this promising new therapy, and the current operational model for this facility does not accommodate monthly trips to an infusion center, frequent monitoring, or emergency evaluation, period. Rather than incorporate flexibility into their management plan and site choice to adapt to unanticipated changes in the care landscape, this developer and his associates instead keep brushing off concerns regarding staffing models, traffic flow, ambulance visits, and parking issues, all of which would undoubtedly be stressed by the increased need for transport and monitoring of the residents. Ultimately, I ask, how will Chris Long's facility really benefit our community when it is based on a minimal care model that will only serve dementia patients for a year or two at best, essentially revolving seniors in and out of the facility before their assets run dry? And what happens when his 80-bed boutique investment property fails because he can't maintain sufficient occupancy to meet his bottom line? Or alternative, when his staff become overwhelmed and quality of care deteriorates because they're forced to take on higher acuity patients just to fill their beds? In any case, we will be left with the ruins on a site that retains a special use permit ready for any other opportunistic enterprise that comes along. One thing is for certain, Harmony Homes is anything but harmonious with the Kirkwood community. And I'll add one last addendum. the certificate of need was granted for the St. Louis area, not the 600 North Ballas site. I just wanted to note that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We have Nancy Tinsley or Mark next.
Well, we've got Nancy on the list,
On the
Mayor.
list.
I don't
Yeah,
have.
whichever, yeah, if Mark's ready to go. Do we have either one coming on, Laurie, Nancy or Mark?
Freddie's been unmuting them, so I am not.
Oh, okay.
Freddie or Nancy or Mark online. I'm looking as well.
Did Mark already speak?
No, that was Chris.
Mark is not
there's-
showing up in the. Let me check the phone numbers in case he called in.
I see Nancy up. And Nancy, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, great. If I'm too loud, just let me know. I've got hearing aids and I don't always modulate accordingly. Okay, my name's Nancy Tinsley. I live at 1960 Rainer, and there's two concepts I'd like to cover with you, all of you wonderful members of the council who are so gracious to stay with us. Thank you. Two major concepts after hearing all these other supporting details. One is that you represent us. And the second is that our character is shaped by our history. I have certain expectations that I'm sure many people share for those of you who are all making the decisions regarding our neighborhood. And you have an opportunity right now, tonight, to show us who you support and who you represent. I'm asking you to say no to Harmony Homes' proposed project at 600 North Ballas. The vote was no by a majority of the P&Z, and I'm asking you to follow their lead. That land is zoned for single-family detached residences on an acre and not a big business venture in the middle of a block in a totally residential area that would cut off an entire subdivision from the rest of the residential community, and that would be Hugh Vista. All the residents were invited to speak 3 minutes for or against this project. And there was not a single second or a public comment spoken in favor of this business from our neighborhood. And we live there. And so our neighborhood has spoken, and you get it. I want to say this, the Envision Kirkwood plan cites character as a criteria and a value 31 times. Clearly, the intent was to project the image that protect the neighborhood, retain the character, is embraced and practiced right here in good old Kirkwood. Well, while definitions of character may vary, much of the available research indicates that the character of a community or neighborhood is best defined by those who reside in it and are in a unique position to identify and measure the level of perceived change to their neighborhood. And let me say, after listening to everybody tonight, character is far more than landscaping and architectural design. You have an opportunity tonight to protect and preserve the existing character of our R1 neighborhood, and I expect those of you making the decision to respect the concerns of your residents and your voters. I want you to keep this long-standing historical single-family residential area from the mall all the way to Dowry Ferry in one piece. You also have an opportunity tonight to block a dangerous precedent from being set that would undermine and change the character and the nature of Kirkwood's residential areas without the support of those who live there. When no resident who lives in an area comes forward to support a project, then questions have to emerge concerning the project's suitability. We value our stable residential area, and it is part of our character. So please don't step on it. You have an opportunity tonight also to show the entire county that Kirkwood can be trusted to respect the character of her neighborhoods. Long-standing residential areas, they'll be a good investment. Buyers can predict with reliability that those residential areas are going to remain there and that the neighborhoods are stable. You know, some of our young families with kids only moved in a few years ago, or even more recently than that. They picked us, our character, our neighborhood, this city of Kirkwood, among many choices that were open to them. So stand up, support your residents, join them in saying no to Harmony Homes. You have another opportunity, and that's to perceive things through our eyes. We're the ones that are there every day. We're the ones that have invested everything in producing a cohesive, unique neighborhood that invites comments from visitors who come down there like, I love this neighborhood, or I wish I could live here, or what a super area. This special use permit for a commercial venture will only benefit the landowner and developer because it is a commercial money-making business venture. It's not going to benefit us living there, but it's going to disrupt and fracture us. And no doubt it'll probably even affect our property values. So I'm asking you, say no to Harmony Homes, keep our neighborhood residential. We built it, we created it, it's stable, it's a harmonious, it's totally residential in character. We've invested our money in believing in its stability. We've invested our money because we thought it was a totally residential area. And, you know, and because also that's what the zoning says. And now we're faced with this attempt to legitimize a big money business enterprise that has zero support from the residents that live in this area, and which does not even comply with the standards that all of us adhered to when we built or bought our properties in this area. So here's your opportunity to support your neighborhoods and your neighbors. Here's your opportunity to build trust with those currently residing here and with future residents to come. Here's your opportunity to say thank you to those investing their dreams in Kirkwood because of its character. Here's your opportunity to hold the same standards of building and land use to everyone that lie in those identifiable zones. You got opportunities galore tonight to think about. And I want you to say no to Harmony Homes. And I hope you seize those opportunities. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. All right. Do we have Mark Sire next?
I see he has joined in the list, so I
Okay,
think
can you hear me?
online.
We can, Mark, yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Apologize for that. Before I start, I do want to make mention, we will submit all these speeches to the council for public record. So we appreciate you guys taking the time. So thank you, Mayor and the council members, for your time and attention and the opportunity to voice my sincere concern as I speak today in opposition to Harmony Homes. Today, I'm asking a simple question. Why is the burden of proof on us as residents to state our case as to why Harmony Homes would impact our neighborhood? This is the last thing I ever thought I would be doing when my wife and I made this life-changing decision to move to Kirkwood 5 years ago. Kirkwood is known for its friendly, residential, loving community, a beautiful place to raise our 4 kids, and a place we look to call home for a very long time. What we just heard were all very compelling reasons as to why this commercial facility does not belong in our neighborhood. What's even more important than those reasons are the people. People make a city what it is, and it's the passion, the drive, and the relationships with one another that make Kirkwood what it is today. That is why my family moved to Kirkwood. That is why I'm fighting. This is why we are fighting. It is imperative that the council truly listens to us tonight. We live here and drive up and down Ballas every day to go to work or school or eat at the local restaurants. It's the people that live here who have consistently sent in letters of opposition to the Kirkwood Webster Times. It's the people that live here who have banded together to break out of our shells to speak at these meetings. I've talked to hundreds of neighbors, and not a single one has been in favor for this development. How can this possibly go through? It just doesn't make sense to put it there, is a common statement that I hear. In contrast, the only people that have submitted letters to the paper in favor of the project have been on payroll of Harmony Homes or affiliated to the owners through prior work engagements. Listen to the speakers tonight. We love Kirkwood. We love our neighborhood. And we didn't just move here yesterday. The speakers tonight have made their home here for 15, 20, 35, 40 plus years. We didn't move to Kirkwood just to start looking for a new place to move in a few years. We moved here because we wanted to plant our roots and raise our family. Harmony Homes, while I admire the ambition to care for our seniors of our community, is not needed in our city and certainly does not make sense at 600 North Ballas. So in closing, I implore the city, please, City Council, please stand up and fight for its Kirkwood residents like me and the 1,000 plus who have signed the petition to say no to Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Now we have Lynette Petruska.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lynette Petruska, Pleben and Petruska Law in Richmond Heights. As you know, I'm the attorney for Harmony Homes. And on behalf of No to Harmony Homes, I have submitted a brief analyzing the legal issues related to Harmony Homes' request that you have already received and I understand is now part of the record. The primary issues addressed in that brief are a disagreement as to whether Harmony Homes is a nursing home or some other type of facility. The code itself talks about assisted living, skilled nursing, and intermediate care. They can't all be the same thing. If this is not a nursing home, it doesn't belong in this residential neighborhood. The other issue that has been addressed over and over again is related to this commercial development changing forever the essential character and quality of this residential neighborhood. Given the number of residents who have already spoken to you about their, or made comments to you tonight about this commercial facility moving into their residential neighborhood, and the likelihood that there are additional residents who wish to speak, I believe that my brief adequately addresses the issues before you. My clients have addressed the points that need to be raised. They have done it more eloquently and persuasively than I could, because they live in the neighborhood that will be changed forever if this special use is granted in violation of the code. And therefore, I submit only my brief in their opposition to Harmony Homes being granted a special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette.
Mayor, that is all we have on the list, so I'll stop sharing screen now.
Thank you. Okay, very good. A lot of coordination took place there. We appreciate everyone. Do we have anyone else not part of the No Harmony Homes organization who wishes to speak this evening?
And Mayor, if I may say, if there's anyone that wishes to make a comment this evening, if you'd please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Okay, there are several. I do apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. The first person is Glenn Wildermuth.
Good evening. Your Honor, council members, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great, thank you. My name is Glenn Wildermuth. I live at 472 Treetop Lane, 63122. I've been here for 40 years. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the request for a special use permit for a nursing home and site plan review at 600 North Dallas Road, AKA Harmony Homes application. I am a board certified professional engineer registered by the state of Missouri. And I want to say I appreciate the thoughtful questions the council has asked this evening of the proposers. I am opposed to this development for the following reasons. And I'll skip over a lot of the comments that have already been made. I have submitted a written summary of my comments to the council and to the mayor for your review. And I'll just hit the high spots that haven't been covered already. Basically, I'm opposed because it is proposed for an already developed residential neighborhood. When I moved my family into this area 48 years ago, I did so with the expectation that the intent of the zoning law would be honored, that commercial developments would be kept in commercially zoned areas, preserving residential neighborhoods for families. And it's clear from the public outcry of several hundred residence owners living near 600 North Dallas Road that there is overwhelming support for that expectation. As a small business owner myself, I wish every legitimate business financial success. And over the past 16 years, I have cared for 4 elderly relatives who could not have lived comfortably outside of their nursing homes. So I am no stranger to the value of nursing homes, nor to the complexities involved in providing comfortable living there. That said, this commercial development's viability will likely require the developer owner, who has admitted zero business experience in healthcare, to manage an organization that achieves and maintains licensing from the state of Missouri to operate an assisted living or memory care facility. And missing from that plan, as others noted, is what happens if the development fails. While it could become a useful facility, it is proposed for the wrong location. To fully understand the impact on nearby property values, I invite the mayor and council to actually walk the property boundaries, if you haven't already done so, on the east and south sides before voting on this request. To provide the visual screen proposed, the drawings call for 3 times as many trees to be present as are currently there, and the new ones will not provide significant screening for at least 10 years. You'll be able to see that this will be devastating to the property values of the 4 existing residence owners on those boundaries. The studies that have been presented by the proposers, I think, are good, serious studies, but they are no better than the assumptions that they assume. And I hope the council will thoughtfully consider those assumptions presented by the developer, some of which don't seem to meet the common sense test. In particular, in the traffic study and EMS calls. More details in my write-up for you. Let me just summarize that we know we all want to see businesses succeed, and we would like for care to be available to those who need it. We also know a lot of good work has been done on this application by a lot of people, no doubt with good intent. But some of this work has tried to justify what could be done over favoring what ought to be done. And those are 2 very different concepts. The proposers proudly promote their new marketing idea in nursing homes, yet they lack a track record in healthcare, must achieve state licensing for proposed use, and offer facilities that are actually on the low end of what is now available nearby in experienced competing establishments. People choose not to live in cities whose actions jeopardize their personal interests. No one is constrained to keep their residence in Kirkwood. Disaffected homeowners that can will vote with their feet. Honoring discretionary requests for, quote, special uses, unquote, that technically meet that definition, but in practice damage the investments of neighboring residents will make Kirkwood a less attractive city in which to live and own a home. No proposed or public documentation that I have seen to date has claimed that this facility could only be built in the proposed location. Indeed, the developers are free to pursue their business objective in a commercially zoned area. Harmony Homes development is proposed as a business opportunity looking for a more appropriate place than a commercial isolated residential community. There is nothing special about the proposed use of this land. The developers should be encouraged to find a different location that does not financially damage the neighborhoods nearby. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn.
Barry?
Can you hear me?
You sure can, Barry.
Okay, thank you. My name is Barry Adelstein. I live at 13 Washington Terrace. I'm concerned about the lack of options for progressive quality senior care in the St. Louis community. My personal experience is that my 99-year-old mother-in-law lives with my family. I know this is an option that will not last much longer. We soon will be looking for safe, affordable residential care. We would prefer smaller scale, high quality group model that allows care in small, self-contained, family-style housing with a small number of residents. This is what Harmony Homes is proposing, and I support it. While we are fortunate to be able to care for my mother-in-law at home for the moment, there will come a day sooner rather than later when I will likely need to care, and I'd like it to get in a place like Harmony Homes and prefer that be in Kirkwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Imran Hanafi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you so much for hearing us all. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate everything that you're doing, and even the residents who speak up. I mean, we're all passionate about what we say. My address is 4464 Maryland. I'm one of the physician advisors, of course, as Chris mentioned, for this project. And, you know, it's tough to hear people who don't know you criticize and assume the worst about you and not get defensive. But I'm going to try and go beyond that and just speak about what I feel hasn't been said so far. You know, a lot of good concerns got brought up by residents, and a lot of them can be addressed. You know, the dark sky complaint that was brought up, there's dark sky lighting. Maybe we can turn off lights at a particular time at night when the visits are over. There's discussion about EMS noise. And I know that there was some conversation with EMS about turning off their sirens and their lights when they approach the property. And then this whole stormwater issue, an untreated site, currently simply the water rolls down the topography. And I can't believe having directed water, having gutters and having spouts, moving that water away from the edges wouldn't give you more control over it. Plus there are other things you can, if we're really very interested about furthering the increasing rain capture, we could do underground storage tanks for rainwater capture. We can do permeable driveways and parking lots. But those are all intelligent discussions we can have without the only option being don't build it. I am a physician, of course, and so my role in Harmony Homes comes a little bit later, because once we go forward, that's when we will formulate our plans and staffing and what will happen. But I also am in a local business district, so I am also somewhat familiar with urban issues. I believe diverse communities are stronger, they're more sustainable. A place which insists on the same thing all over is vulnerable if and when that one thing, whether it be single family homes or whatever, this falls out of favor for whatever reason. Chris and I were going to be lifelong citizens of St. Louis. We're not going to be moving away anywhere, and we want to be good neighbors, and that has been our commitment all along, and still remains the same. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you will center the conversation over evidence and facts that a lot of resources have been spent to present to you. Speculative concerns are what they are, and I don't fault anybody from having them, but look at the evidence and weigh them against that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Frank and Jane Melville.
Yes, this is Jane Melville. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Jane.
Oh, hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Jane Melville, and my husband and I have lived in De Pere for about 40 years at 2103 Trailcrest Drive. We live across the street from the proposed nursing home and about a block up Ballas to the north. The side of our home is along Ballas Road. We are against the Harmony Homes proposal. The neighborhood surrounding the proposed Harmony Homes site is a well-established residential community, and we would like this to be preserved and protected. This is the reason why people moved here in the first place. People did not move here in order to live near a business. A business does not belong in a quiet, residential, family-oriented neighborhood. The approval of the Harmony Homes petition would forever change the characteristic of this neighborhood. I have trouble with Harmony Homes using the term home-like setting because I feel that this is a tricky characterization that is used to confuse the issue and fool people into believing that its nursing facility would not adversely impact the neighborhood any more than the building of a private home would. The truth is that it doesn't really matter how homey it would look from the outside. Inside, it would still be operating a business, generating constant activity, light and sound pollution, and lots of traffic. And there is no need for an additional senior facility in this area. I know there was a gentleman earlier, I believe his name was Barry, who was concerned about that with his mother, but I can assure Barry that recently when my husband and I were looking around for senior homes for our loved ones, we had no trouble finding openings at nice home-like senior living centers in this area that were no more than 10 or 15 minutes away from our home. Just off the top of my head, I am able to think of at least 10 senior facilities in this area with at least 3 more within maybe 20 or 30 minutes from here. When Harmony Homes stated at a previous meeting that its proposed facility would only expect to receive 2 deliveries a day, my husband and I enjoyed a good chuckle over that one, because it was way too low of an estimate. My mom's senior apartment in her facility looked out over the entrance, and we could observe all the daily comings and goings. There were service and maintenance companies, plumbers, heating and cooling, pest control, all the usual FedEx, UPS, Amazon, pharmacies made regular deliveries. There was the lady who came with her keyboard and provided music therapy, and the girl who brought the comfort dog. I'm going to skip over some of this, but people forget about the hairstylist, the podiatrist, eye care, dental, and hearing aid technicians, and the medic equip man who delivers the wheelchairs, lift recliner chairs, cushions for the wheelchairs, foot booties, oxygen tanks. He was there almost every day. And of course, the hospice nurse and the chaplain were there regularly, not to mention the pastors and church workers who visit the homebound. And last but not least, the families and friends of the residents were there. And this is in addition to the Harmony Homes administrators and all of their staff that would be there. The comings and goings of all of these people, would result in a tremendous increase in traffic up and down Dallas. I think that all of these visits add up to way more than what has been accounted for in the Harmony Homes declarations and the traffic study. Dallas Road cannot stand to have even one more vehicle on it. It is at its breaking point now. At certain times of the day, there is so much traffic on Dallas that we have trouble pulling out of our subdivision onto Dallas Road. I do not think that this situation of residents having trouble pulling out onto Dallas has been included in the traffic study or addressed. Finally, I have never seen in all my days a nursing home with such an inadequate number of parking spaces. When my mom was in a home, I was able to visit her every day, and there are more people than you would think who visit every day. Even at her facility, there were times when all of the parking spots in the lot were taken, and I and others would have to park either on the access road or on the main service road that the access road came off of. With the Harmony Homes plan, I guarantee people will be trying to park on Dallas Road, especially those who are not familiar with the area. I also guarantee that people will be parking across the street in Pinecrest Manor, Briar Hill Farms, Rayner Road, Spring Valley Woods, Old Dallas Trails. I, for one, would like the precious street parking in front of my house to be available to my family and friends. And I think you would too. And this, not to mention the extremely dangerous pedestrian situation this would create with people running back and forth across Dallas Road. And what about the holidays when parking at nursing homes is stretched to the limits? It just sounds like a nightmare. In conclusion, please try to put yourself in my situation and the situation of the others in our community. Would you like it if a business built a facility right next to your home or across the street from you? Right now, our homes are our quiet places, and we all need to be able to come home to a quiet, restful place where we can decompress and relax. There are so many residents who are against this. How can the council even think about approving?
I think we lost Jean. Ernie, do we have anyone else?
No.
Yes, thank you very much. The last speaker spoke several of the things that I agreed with.
such as all of the types of people who visit a nursing home. And so I won't go into all of that. And I'll keep this very brief. So many people spoke the things I wanted to speak. My name is Nell Carlisle Gray. I live in Briar Hill Farms at 1940 Meadow Tree Lane for 33 years. And so I know Ballas Road backwards and forwards. In addition to when we don't have COVID, when the mall traffic takes up the month of December, that they divert it going down Ballas Road, where it's backed up all the way to a half a mile. There's also, you might not have taken into consideration, every time 270 gets backed up, the cars pull off onto Ballas Road as an alternative route, and it gets backed up again for a half a mile all the way to Briar Hill Farm exit. And even when it's not backed up that far, the traffic has been getting heavier and heavier, so that a lot of us now don't even use the Ballas Road exit to go where we're going. If we're going to be heading west, we'll go out the back way and not even bother with Ballas, because there's just too much traffic down at the Dougherty Ferry to bother waiting for it. So I did want to mention, to be sure you understood, that when 270 gets backed up, the traffic comes on to Ballas Road, and I don't believe that might have been taken into account in your traffic report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nell.
Deborah Rosenfeld.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, all of you. Thank you for giving me some time to speak this evening. My name is Deborah Rosenfeld. I live at 4464 Maryland Avenue in the city of St. Louis in the Central West End. I'm speaking from a completely different perspective, than the residents who brought their opinions forward in the past half hour, 45 minutes or so. First of all, I want to keep it short, but I want to speak to two things, personal experiences that have given me the reason, the impetus to be in support of Harmony. My father, who passed away at the age of 88, reached a point in his life where he was mentally very lucid, very bright man, but physically he was deteriorating. And because his 6 children, we all lived in different cities around the country, we needed to find some place for him to stay. And he was adamant that he was not going to move from the town on the East Coast where he had lived his life. So the 6 of us children went to try and find an adequate facility for him. And there was nothing like a Harmony facility. And each place that we took him to, he rejected soundly, because they were, for the most part, either these very large, what they call in the industry, these big box facilities of hundreds and hundreds of beds. Like there was one that was a converted Sheraton hotel. And some of the others that were on a smaller scale were sterile an environment. And you felt it was very kind of a hospital environment. So when I heard about Harmony, we didn't have much of a choice with my father, and I wish that I did, because I think that Harmony does address, even though people have had different opinions about it, but in my opinion, does give our elderly the opportunity to have one of the most contented and respectful safe places to reside towards the end of their life. So, and that's very important to me. I really resonate with what Chris Long said about respect and compassion. To another point, so that I wanted to share that because I think that you've done a great job talking about logistics and really being thoughtful and partnering about the planning and what could go wrong and how to take care of it. I think you've done an excellent job there, or working, in the right direction as far as that's concerned. But you're not building an Amazon distribution facility. You're not building a prison. You're building a facility to house your elderly. And I can assure you that for those of you who may have need of it someday, is something really nice about having someone close by in that kind of an environment to visit with, and they're content. They're not unnerved by the experience. The second thing I wanted to speak to is that I've been in St. Louis for 13 years. And for a couple of those years, I lived directly across the street from a nursing home facility. And it was a big box facility, and it was right on the road, a street in the Central West End. And I had, in the years I was there, I don't know about, I know you have all these concerns of residents have all these concerns about noise and traffic. And we had none of that as a result of the presence of the nursing home. We did not have any problems with an overrun of trucks delivering things and the presence of visitors. In fact, I wish there had been more visitors coming to see the people living within that facility. So that, for myself, was not a concern. Neither did we have. The EMS did turn off their lights and their sirens when they came onto the street. So there was no noise impact as far as that was concerned. And the size of that facility, I'm sure there were more than 6 to 11 trips during the course of the month, but it did not, at least, and I faced that building, it did not have any impact on the quality of my life. So I just wanted to offer that up. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak. I hope that you can come to some resolution that would allow you to move forward with this project, because I really do think it's a wonderful concept. Thank you.
Thank you. We're getting to that point in the evening. I will not prohibit anyone from speaking, but we are getting to the point where I would ask you if your point has already been made, or you send us an email. Again, I'm not going to keep you from speaking, but we don't need at this point repetition or anything like that. So keep that in mind if you do wish to speak.
Deborah Rosenfeld.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah,
I just spoke.
You just spoke, right, Freddie? Deborah just spoke. Yeah.
I'm sorry. As you make a public comment, if you could lower your hand afterward, because I'm recognizing folks in the order that they appear on my screen. So if you've already spoke, just lower your hand so that I can recognize the next person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Overbo.
Hello. Actually, this is Nathan Overbo. I'm Nicole's husband. Appreciate the opportunity to speak before everyone today. And as others have said, I've certainly heard some good points. But the situation that we're in, I live at 735 Havenwood in Warson Woods, and in April, my mother-in-law suffered a stroke, and so she's currently living with us, and our plan is to have her live with us for the immediate foreseeable future. But there's going to come a day when we're not going to be able to care for her in our home, and so we've we've actually started looking into other options and facilities. But most of the facilities that are around, they, as others have stated, they're either very large facilities that don't seem like they could really deliver the personal care, or they're lacking some of the extra things like memory care and some of the things that she will definitely need. She already has issues with dementia. She's young, she's 73, but there's only so much she can do. And so when we heard about Harmony Homes and started looking into it, it's more apparent that that's the type of facility that we'd like her to be at. It's a smaller community, it's a smaller home, it's close by to us, and so there's a lot of great amenities. I've had the pleasure of speaking with Chris Long and getting to know him over the last recent history here. And what I can say is that I've been impressed by the attention to detail that he has both in his plans and the things that he talks about in terms of how he's thinking forward and adaptable. And I've gotten to know a little bit about some of his other business interests, and I think that he's very well thought out and really has the best interest at heart. As I tour some of these other facilities, I get a very corporate feel from other places, and it takes me back to memories of when my grandmother had to go into assisted living and then eventually nursing homes. And it was, sure, they provided food and a residence, but she was kind of just a number, and they seemed like they were more interested in making money than in actually taking care of her. And that's not the way that Harmony Homes is set up. And so I think there's always concerns when something's going in about traffic and how it's going to affect things, and fears about what it might be. But what I see and what in the plans for Harmony Homes and what I've heard Chris Long say, I really believe that he would be a steward for the community, and that this is going to be a benefit for the community. It has a lot to offer, and I know that he'll do it in a responsible way. So I hope you'll consider that as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Dobbs.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. I appreciate all of my neighbors who have taken the time this evening to stay on the phone and really voice their opinions, either for or in opposition to this development. My name is Michelle Dobbs. I live at 1834 Bridlebrook Lane. I moved here a year ago, and I moved here after having lived in a much more condensed part of Kirkwood for the last 10 years that was surrounded by a commercial area and where we were having lots of tear downs and new builds over on North Clay Avenue. I moved here with my family a year ago with the specific purpose of trying to get away from all of the commercial development and new build that I saw disrupting the community and foundation of our fabric, which is part of what Envision 2035 is trying to get away from. And while I respect the speaker who just came before me and the need for skilled nursing for all of our elderly as they age, I would challenge him. He lives in Havenwood in Morrison Woods. I would challenge him whether he would like that in his backyard. My backyard faces community property. I bought it very intentionally for the peace and serenity it provides. It is dark at night. I hear the birds. I don't have the street noise that I used to have where I used to live. I don't have the light pollution that I used to have where I used to live. Those were all very intentional things that I paid for when I purchased my home last year. One of the guidelines that the city has to vote on in addressing a special use permit is whether or not the special use will adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. And there are many factors that go to that, and we've had lots of people talk about it. Whether or not the proposed development may be helpful or beneficial is an objective criteria, but whether or not it will affect our neighborhood is a subjective criteria that is equally important and of equal value and weight when assessing whether or not to approve this special use permit. Many of my neighbors have spoken to it. as far as the noise pollution, traffic pollution, light pollution. And I want to speak to it too. They will be in my backyard. And whether or not their intentions are well-intentioned or not, the impact to the neighborhood is direct and it is profound. It is a commercial lot. It is a commercial endeavor in a residential area where our neighbors and residents have intentionally sought out refuge and peace and solitude in paying for their properties. It will negatively impact our property values and our environment and the neighborhood in which we chose to live. And for those reasons, I respectfully request that you vote against Harmony Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'm sorry, there's no name, but their initials are BD. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Blake Dell. I'm at 240 Clinton in Kirkwood. Just listening to what everyone has said. A lot of good facts, a lot of good points. This is a special use, and a special use requires special discretion. And I think the discretion and intuition would indicate that this clearly doesn't fit here. The facts are relevant, and many of the speakers have very eloquently stated the facts and why there are many issues with it. But it's a special use process because the special discretion of council is why the process exists. The developer had a good presentation, I would say, but this is not about a service or a care facility to me in watching the information. It's about a real estate development and real estate development returns. And it's very clear that the code and the nursing care angle allows for what more or less is a multifamily development to be avoiding a typical rezoning process and all of what comes with that. And there's a reason why what's being angled as limited product offering is because you're basically looking at condensed apartments. And so I'm in opposition to the development, and I think that there's a lack of sincerity in the angling of what is being sold as a product versus next level in a real estate development career. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Mugg.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Jeff Mugg. I'm a Kirkwood resident living at 626 North Geyer. In full disclosure, I do work for the architectural firm that's providing the services for the project, but I wanted to speak out in favor of the project as a Kirkwood resident and not a part of that team. I was pleased to learn that the city had developed a comprehensive plan in which we adopted a strategy of placing senior living communities nestled in our residential neighborhoods. I agree with you. That's the preferred strategy. It's the preferred to building these senior communities out in the hustle and bustle of busy commercial districts. It makes absolute sense to have our seniors living in and enjoying our residential neighborhoods just as my family does. So along comes Harmony Homes, a senior living provider. They find an ideal site. It fits into the plan that you all have developed and approved. They produce a plan that meets all of the zoning requirements. Matter of fact, as you've heard tonight, exceeds, and I heard too, as I was listening, that exceeds most of the zoning requirements. And certainly while this comment's subjective, in my mind, it's kind of hard to argue that the design doesn't meet favorably the evaluation that's needed for an approval of the special use permit. One of the, I think, convincing arguments for me is that in terms of the favorable nature of the development is based in this question. If not this, then what would be the alternative for this site? It's been talked about a little bit, but the site zoned for 1 acre lots. That means 7 houses could be built, presumably very large. And given the price tag on this site, a developer would absolutely have to do 7 houses, no question. And a development of that type, I think we would all agree they would have to remake the site. They would have to completely regrade the site. And that would include the removal of the woods. And at that point, I would agree that owls and songbirds would actually be displaced. I think Harmony Homes has provided a convincing alternative. The buildings had been intentionally placed in the already open and unforested area of the site. The woods on the west side of the site and the perimeter treescape are all remaining. It allows the views in the site to remain much the same, very little. The buildings are designed at a very small scale. They're in keeping with the surrounding architecture. Matter of fact, I can't imagine a less intrusive development for this site. I am actually a developer of assisted living memory care communities, and they are quiet by nature. I often, when I've done meetings like this and had to stand before planning and zoning commissions and councils, I often describe these as sleepy little communities. I absolutely believe Harmony Homes is a perfect fit. Our city needs senior living developments like this and others. We need more. And I think you all have very appropriately determined the place for these, and that is, again, nestled in residential communities. This need became apparent to our family. Some of the stories that were shared, I can relate. We had to move my mom from Florida to St. Louis last Christmas. And we began looking around Kirkwood. That's where we wanted to be. Aberdeen is a CCRC, and that is not a model that worked for us. It's somewhere along the way it was mentioned that Harmony Homes is a CCRC. It's not. It's a pay by month community, and that's what we were looking for my mom. And actually, hearing the rates that were mentioned earlier in the call too, absolutely, we would have been looking at Harmony as a place for my mom, which would literally put it 3 minutes from my house. Perfect spot. It would have been a good option, but we did eventually find a place, and not as close as we would have liked, but we did find a good spot for my mom. Point being, I agree with you all. Kirkwood needs more senior communities, assisted living, memory care, nursing homes like this one. The other question I just asked as I was listening tonight, again, knowing the comprehensive plan and what your intent is, I'd ask the question, if not here, then where? You all are pretty experienced and savvy. I know some of you. Some of you know me. You've heard all of these arguments. These are standard arguments. I was listing them as I was listing: water, traffic, lighting, noise, questionable business, EMS visits, and a few others. These are the standard "don't put it in my backyard" arguments. And so I'd ask the question, if not here, then where? Harmony could find, sure, they could bounce around Kirkwood and find some other places to put it, but we'll be having these same conversations over and over again. We need communities like this in our town, no question. And here's my hope, that you all would really review this application on its merits and on the facts that are presented, and as it stacks up against our zoning ordinance. And my hope, for the sake of our community, is that you will approve this special use permit for Harmony Homes. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jeff.
Anthony Golozewski.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Griffin and members of the council. Most everything I think has been covered here. I've got just a couple things that I don't think have been addressed. I am in support of Harmony Homes. I'm speaking on behalf of them tonight as a local business owner. I work a lot in the community of Kirkwood, Webster, up in that area. After reviewing their business plan, I am very impressed with the level of care that Harmony Homes offers. As a dedicated son, I understand the importance of being able to provide seniors in this upcoming generation the great care that they deserve and that they've earned, more than earned, especially in a time of COVID. I think family members are looking for different types of solutions outside of the big box facilities. I believe that mom and dads don't need to feel isolated and not cared for. And I believe in Harmony Homes. Most everything else has been spoken on. There's something that really hasn't been commented back on. Someone spoke earlier about a Better Business Bureau rating. And I mean, it blew my mind, and I sat back and I listened. But when you think about it, somebody brought up the fact that in one of the other businesses, somebody is allegedly a failure in a property management business where you're evicting the person that doesn't keep their written commitments. They don't pay their rent. I'm not sure if the opposing folks on the other side of that would expect him to get a 5-star rating. But I'm a little concerned that somebody would question his character over a topic like that. So that's it. I do thank you guys. Like I said, most everything on what I support has been spoken on as far as cost of development. Nothing else makes as much sense. I mean, all that's been touched on. I know we're getting late here, so I do appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
You bet.
Lindsay Dousman.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So apologies, that's my wife's name. My name's Dr. Jason Dousman. My address is 3538 Crittenden Street. And I just want to thank you all. I know it's been a marathon, and for hearing me, I'll keep it brief. I work as an internal medicine hospitalist at Mercy Hospital in Dallas, and as well, one of their medical directors in clinical informatics, specializing in medical technology implementation. I also serve as a physician advisor to Harmony Homes, and my background includes global health, where I've served in mission capacities overseas and facility-based care. This last year, I spent about most of my inpatient hospital time taking care of COVID patients on the floor. I witnessed a lot of families really devastated by the loss of life locally in St. Louis County. Long-term care facility residents constituted about 6% of our total cases, but they were greater than 51. They were 51% of our deaths. Excuse me. These large box facilities, once one person walked in there, whether asymptomatic or not, could spread that through the whole community. And I've spent 1 week in the hospital where I lost 5 patients from a single facility. And this is back in April 2020 when this first started. So I know firsthand how hard it can be to see something so preventable. And so when Chris approached me about this idea and serving as advisor, I jumped at it because I knew that just the simple idea of separating people into smaller homes, it would mitigate and reduce viral spread. And in theory, if we had these just a few years back, right, and we don't have very many here locally, we could have saved a lot of lives. So I wanted to share that story, but also recognize that as an advisor who specializes in medical technology, my hope would be to take my facility-based experience, ensure that we have the highest quality care, make sure that we implement technology to continue to enhance that care, provide us information such as early warnings for sepsis and other signs of illness. And ultimately, my parents are getting older too. They're in their 70s. And frankly, I've thought about moving them, into St. Louis so we could keep an eye on them. And frankly, I would have no problem putting my family in this facility. And of course, I'm an advisor, but I'm also a son. And so we all want to care carefully for our loved ones as they need more. And so, I think as we move into the future, we're going to need a lot more of these. And in some ways, I hope to replace the large box facilities because they're dangerous. They're dangerous in spreading not just viral infections like COVID, but what about the next pandemic or simply all the chronic infections? We have special status in the hospital for patients who come from facilities. Okay, they're called healthcare acquired infections. Anybody who doesn't come from a facility is treated as community. We know the one is much more severe. They require more antibiotic care. We know they're longer stays, and we bill for more for them, right? This is all built into the system. We know that these are dangerous places to send people. They don't live long. And this is a move in the right direction. As a society and a culture, we have to start to care for our elderly in communities, hopefully residential, hopefully smaller homes, and avoid basically shoveling into these large boxes. So I know people talked a lot about character, and I think that says a lot about what we need to do as a community moving forward. And so, I liked what my predecessor said. If not here, then where? I'm I'm a physician, not a lawyer. I can't say much about code, but I've been through quite a few of these meetings, and it seems to me many experts at city and state level have deemed this compliance of the law. And if so, then this is a great opportunity to start the process of saving elderly lives while we're still sitting in the middle of a pandemic. So thanks so much. I'm sorry if I took too much time.
Thank you.
Jay Crydell.
Yes, thank you. Am I being heard?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jay Crydell. Linda and I live at 688 Trailcrest Court in the Briar Hill Farm condominium community. 3 points that have not been covered, I believe, tonight. The first one is that the City Council charges the Planning and Zoning Commission members with thoroughly investigating and evaluating all the criteria for this special use permit, and they voted no. Secondly, what is the message that the City Council will be sending to the Kirkwood neighborhoods if they override the recommendation of the technical specialists who initially evaluated this, the Planning and Zoning Commission? A very serious message that no neighborhood is safe from commercial development. And thirdly, while I fully respect the position of many of the recent speakers in favor of Harmony Homes, and in fact, my 96-year-old mother is in a nursing home, these are emotional issues that they have touched on. The importance of senior residences, the value of quality of life for our aging senior populations, which includes me actually. And lastly, while those are very emotionally touching comments, they don't connect to the criteria for the special use permit. And so I would ask the City Council, while we may be empathetic and in my situation connected to those kind of issues, those do not relate to the criteria for the special use permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay.
Barb Anderson.
Hi, this is David Anderson speaking on behalf of my wife, Barbara Anderson.
No, David, what you've already spoke. No one can speak on behalf of anyone else. So your wife is more than welcome to get on, but one person gets.
All right.
I
just got back home from another
okay.
meeting.
Okay, no, that's fine, Barb. You can go ahead.
Okay. Jonathan indicated to my husband on Tuesday that our request must be stated at this time in the process. And this request has no bearing when the Kirkwood City Council rejects the misguided request for a variance to place a large commercial facility in the middle of a residential area. But in the event that you mistakenly approve this request, we ask that the retaining wall on the southern boundary of 600 North Ballas at the North Ballas entrance, where there are now, be moved at least 3 feet north. And we ask this in order to preserve the current mature trees that now grow there, including ones on our property that we think the root system would be ruined with this retaining wall. This is the only year.
This-
Oh, it's a large tree, and this is the only year it's fully matured and now producing unique seed cones. And other trees along the southern border of 600 North Dallas and our northern property line are well over 50 years old. The current design has the retaining wall as close as 14 feet from the property line, well under the canopy of these majestic old trees that set on or near the property line. Cutting roots and backfilling behind the retaining wall will only be detrimental to these well-established trees. Save our trees, and more importantly, save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Dr. Michael Lee.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
My name is Dr. Michael Lee, and I'm at 1311 Manchester Road, and I have gotten to know Bob DeClue through CBMC, which is a Christian Businessmen's Connection, pretty big ministry here in St. Louis. One thing I'd like to address is from the physician standpoint, is that we need to look at the amount of senior living facilities that we have available. We're in the next 20 years, we're going to need 1 million more senior living units than we currently have right now, because obviously we are going to have a boom, and we're in the midst of a boom, and it's going to continually grow how many senior living units that we actually need. So I approve the development due to the fact that we have an aging population, and there needs to be enough places in order for these people to stay safe. And there's been some comments on the level of care that Harmony Homes provides. And I can speak, from my background and training, is that as medical conditions become more advanced, medical care needs to be intensified. And in the event that these conditions and the care that these patients needs to be elevated, then then obviously they need to be in more intense situations, and there's many different scenarios and different facilities that these patients can have as things get more advanced. But this boutique senior living facility definitely fulfills a niche in order to provide care for an aging population. And I think as residents of Kirkwood, we need more options, and everybody's situation is a little bit different, and Harmony Homes provides us with that option. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for staying on this long call and hearing everybody's thoughts.
Thank you, Doctor.
Jim Holtgreave.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you so much. I know it's been a long night for a lot of us. Hey, I live at 2100 Pinecrest Manor Lane. My garage goes right out to the entrance, almost 500 yards away from the entrance of this facility that you are planning or is being discussed to be constructed. I'm sorry, but I'm all about common sense. So tell Jeff Mugg and Dr. Dowson that why don't they buy the property around their house?
Jim, you're going to stop it right now. We start at 6 o'clock. I said respectful conversation. So please state what you want to state and do it civilly. Right. And I mean that.
I got it, Mr. Mayor. So I live right across the street where you're talking about, and I've been here for 16 years. And I was here before Snooks and that area was developed on Manchester Road. The amount of construction, the amount of cars going through this area has increased significantly in 16 years. So the people that do these studies, they're not here 24/7 like I am. So I'm just asking for some common sense and to respect what we have in this area as a residential area. Hey, I'm 73 years old, so I'm sure sometime it's going to happen for me. I completely
respect what we're trying to do for our elderly, but not in this residential area that I came to see my kids raised and to see other children raised in this area. The amount of traffic down Ballas Road is significant. So with all that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Annie?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to be brief, but I'm not sure about zoning things, and well, I live in Briar Hill Farms, 1925 Meadow Tree. I am a doctor of nursing. I've been a director of nursing. I'm currently in healthcare now, and I currently work with geriatric patients. And I have an elderly mother. And when we have parents that are aging, we want to keep them in the home, because when you put them in placement, you're paying $7,000 to $10,000 a month. So what I hear people doing is they keep their family, their loved ones at home until they can't take care of them any longer. And then they find placement for them, and they're willing to pay $7,000 because Medicare does not cover it. It's out of pocket. So when they pay $7,000 a month, they expect a little in return. And at this point, they can't care for their family members, and their family members might need physical therapy, occupational therapy. They need services, and we need Harmony Homes somewhere. But this is not, but the layout and the planning and the layout, and they're gorgeous pictures, but it's not practical. We need twice the parking. We cannot accommodate the services that these elderly are going to need. For example, 5 buildings at night, you're going to need 3 or 4 staff in every building. That's 20 parking spaces right there. Daytime, you need to double that. And then, you're going to have people coming and going, physical therapy, all these services coming and going. There's no places for them to be parking. And then to have visitors arrange a visit to see your loved ones, that's kind of ridiculous. A visitor should be able to come and go and see their family whenever they want. There's no parking for that at all. It just doesn't accommodate the elderly needs. And then transporting them to appointments. There's no overhead coverings for safely to get these people out safely with their assistive devices. And it's just going to be chaos, like with vans coming and going, and just the safety. It's just a huge liability. If there was more space, more parking, entrances to the back for deliveries, I mean, that could work if there was plenty of room to accommodate all that. But it seems laughable that I wouldn't want my mother there and have to arrange my visits, and I wouldn't want her to be there if she couldn't get the services she needed. And so I think we need to consider the residents there and the families. I would be brokenhearted to not be able to provide the elderly with what they need when they're at that age and they're paying that amount of money every month. So that's my story. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
There are no more hands raised.
All right, thank you, Freddie. And I do want to thank anyone participating, either if there's applicant, citizen groups. It's been a long night, but as I said at the beginning, I want productive and effective public hearings, and the city council got the information that we need in order to make a decision. So I want to just thank everyone for staying with it. This item will be voted on for first reading next Thursday night's regular city council meeting, which starts at 7 p.m. It'll be on our new business agenda. So with that, I will close this public hearing and wish everyone a good night.